Long time no see, President Fenberg.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree this is a precisely perfect time at this exact minute to have this conversation. In all seriousness, thank you for all of your time in the last bill, and I'm looking forward to a very different conversation, I think, in the next bill. So this bill is Senate Bill 290, and it is concerning natural medicine. Some of you are probably more familiar with this ballot measure that was on our ballots. Some of you may not be as familiar, so I do want to provide just a little bit of context before we get into the bill itself. This is a bill that is a result of Proposition 122, a citizen-initiated ballot measure that was on the ballot this past fall. The proposition did essentially two things. And what it did was it decriminalized possession and sharing and use of some substances that are defined as natural medicine. These include what are known as DMT, ibogaine, mescaline, psilocybin, and psilocin. It decriminalized them for people over 21. And provided some parameters around sharing. So essentially the thing that was expressly prohibited was selling these substances, but you can share them and you can use them and consume them, et cetera. The second thing that the proposition aimed to do was create a regulated legal structure for like a therapeutic use of these substances. So essentially therapists that provide services with the assistance of using these substances. And it's the same substances that I just mentioned on the decriminalization side. However, in the immediate term, it only applies for psilocin and psilocybin. The other substances will be contemplated to be allowed in the regulated structure, but that will come next and will be a deliberative approach by the board that the proposition created, as well as the departments in making that decision. However, as it often happens when a proposition is passed, we come here in January and we talk to the folks who are implementing the proposition, and we realize that there are some things that need to happen through the legislative process to actually enact it. I think the obvious one is funding. So this does require funding from the state to get it up and running because it's a relatively complicated regulatory structure. That funding was included in the budget process, anticipating the introduction of this bill. But there were some other sort of technical and implementation issues that were uncovered and brought to our attention. I would say rather than getting into all the details, the kind of biggest one I would say is the fact that the proposition was written to do all of the things that I mentioned, but in Title 12. Title 12, as we know, is the area of statute that is regulating professions and occupations at DORA, and that is an appropriate place for some aspects of Proposition 122. Most importantly, the licensing of facilitators, so the actual people providing these services in the regulated structure. But the other aspects of the bill, of the proposition, folks felt really should live elsewhere in statute and therefore in our government. First of all, the aspects around sort of what is and what is not decriminalized, what is still criminal activity, et cetera, really should be in Title 18, which is the space that law enforcement lives in. And then secondly, there are aspects of regulating this industry or this area of law that we felt is much more appropriate to be in the Department of Revenue. And part of that reason is because the Department of Revenue has so much experience on the regulated marijuana side And there are a lot of best practices, lessons learned over the years of regulating marijuana, that it really just made sense to use that expertise and have the Department of Revenue be the ones to regulate and license the actual facilities that are going to be part of this process. And then there is also a role for CDPHE. Just like CDPHE has a role in the regulated marijuana side, for instance, testing and consumer safety of the products, et cetera. And so we also replicate that in this bill for natural medicine. There was another issue, and not nearly as major, but there was an issue around some of the timelines and things like that. It required a timeline for issuing licenses that would have probably violated the required procedures in our law for rulemaking. So we needed to bump some of the timelines for implementation for some of this also. What I would say, though, is that the North Star of this 80-some page bill, from when we started talking about it, started drafting it, to today, has always been to implement the will of the voters, to respect what voters approved at the ballot box that is now in law, and to do it in a way that can be successful and safe and provide consumer protection and make sure that we are doing everything in the spirit of what Proposition 122 was aiming to do. In going down this path, though, I think it became very, very clear that there are a lot of competing interests and viewpoints when it comes to this topic. There are people who I think have the opportunity to gain great personal benefit from having access to a regulated system that otherwise would not have used these substances, right? There are probably a lot of veterans, people suffering from PTSD and other mental health issues that maybe are not the type of person that are going to find themselves accessing illegal drugs and using them. But if it's a regulated, licensed process that's in a place that feels like a healthcare center or a mental health facility, and it's regulated and it's sanctioned and it's licensed by the state, they would access these services that could have a profound impact on their healing. Then, of course, there are the people that will be the providers and the therapists, and we want to make sure that this law works for them. There are also the people that want absolutely nothing to do with the state-regulated side of this. And we didn't want to do something that would criminalize or prohibit that type of behavior, and we wanted to make sure we protected the intent of decriminalizing for personal use and for sharing and communal use and things like that. There's also another aspect that I think was discussed less in the public realm when it came to Proposition 122. And that is a very important aspect that I think this bill contemplates and tries to respect, which is these substances have been used for a very long time in a very personal, spiritual, and religious manner by indigenous communities, frankly, all over the world. And we wanted to make sure that we were going down this path and doing it in a delicate manner that includes those voices, that respects those voices, and understands that these substances mean something very different for some of these communities. And we don't want to go down a path where we are overly commercializing or commodifying something that is very sacred and important for indigenous cultures that others don't understand and potentially could have negative impacts on those communities. So those are some of the competing interests. There are definitely others, and there are others that are interested in this area that I think there are several people here to testify to. The bill does several things. I do want to just highlight a couple very quick before we get into questions and then testimony. I think we do have some materials to hand out for the committee to help. We have a bill summary, sort of a section by section of exactly what each section does, as well as a fact sheet. There are going to be some concerns that are raised today that I want to address to an extent on the front end. The bill does not recriminalize activity that was decriminalized in Proposition 122. there are definitely people who feel like it does, and I look forward to hearing more specifics and parts of the bills that that is making them feel that way, and that maybe we can address. But there are some, in talking to the proponents after passage and throughout some of this discussion, we were trying to understand exactly what Prop 122 did decriminalize and what it did not. And I think we came to the agreement that there are a lot of things that are still not legal. You can't sell these substances. For instance, we wanted to make it clear, not because we want to overly criminalize any activities, but because we think we need clarity for law enforcement to even know when an activity is happening that they should be investigating and being involved in, and when they should not, and when they should get out of someone's personal business. We need clarity for people who are using these substances, as well as people who are going to enforce the laws in our communities. And so there's a section of the bill that provides penalties for certain activities that were not legalized in Proposition 122. It was unclear exactly what penalty we should provide for some of these activities because it was silent in the proposition. So we took the approach of looking at what a comparable penalty would be in the cannabis area of law. And because that is largely about weight and amount, we chose the least severe penalty for a cannabis infraction that is similar to what this infraction would be. So for instance, providing it to a minor, or open consumption and things like that were not necessarily contemplated in Prop 122, but they also were not legalized in Prop 122. So I think we struck the right balance, but I think that'll be a conversation that we have as a committee and as this bill moves forward. There's also been a conversation that some folks wanted us to create local control to prohibit it, just like cannabis had when Amendment 64 passed, and other folks who very much did not want us to allow cities and counties to prohibit these activities. We do not prohibit them. We preserve the fact that Prop 122 specifically did not allow cities and counties to ban these activities or healing centers, et cetera. This bill respects that and reaffirms that. There are several other aspects, I think, that will come up in conversation. I will say this is something that is, I think we struck the right balance. I think we are implementing the spirit of 122. I think we are doing it in a way that provides some consumer protection that is reasonable, and doing it in a way that provides clarity for folks, for regular citizens, but also for law enforcement and the regulators as they go down this path. There is a natural medicine advisory board that is up and running in Dora. They have already, I think, established different task forces and working groups, and a lot of this work is going to play out over the next year or so. I fully expect this is not the last bill we are going to have on natural medicine. Sorry. But there are going to be further things that we need to clean up and address after this rulemaking and stakeholder process plays out. And there's probably going to be a bill next year. The first licenses on the regulated side will not be issued until 2025, essentially. So you can't actually submit a license application until December of 2024. So what that means is if there's something we don't get right, if we make a mistake, if the regulators, as they're having these conversations, uncover areas that we need to address, there's plenty of time to do so next legislative session. With that, happy to answer questions or defer to the testimony phase.
Thank you, President Finberg. Do we have any questions for the committee members present at this moment? That's you too. Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you. Don't want to let you down, Mr. Chairman. And it has to do with, Senator Finberg, the local government side of things. How far have you, or where do we get to some clarification? Because it seems to me like in the local government areas, and I understand, sorry, I had that way over there. Sorry, I mean, I understand with the marijuana, localities could ban it in their areas. But is there any provision or any opening that if the local government wanted to take it to a vote of their people with regard to the location of some of these healing centers, or even, I don't know, sometimes they call them businesses as well. Is there any, has there been discussion about that or clarification, if you don't mind?
President Finberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Kirkmeyer, so Proposition 122 specifically said that local governments can regulate. They can determine, I believe it's time, manner, and place, but it also explicitly said you can't ban it or prohibit it. So this bill keeps that intact. If a city wanted to decide where or when or how these healing centers can operate in their community, I think to an extent they will have that ability. They will have that right, as the language was in 122 and as the language is in this bill. I don't think they need to do a vote of the people to change their charter or anything to do so. I think that power and authority is given to them already, but they will not have the ability to do a ban. Even if it was a vote of the people, I think that would be challenged and would not be legal.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? All right. Let's go ahead and start with our witness testimony. We have a list here of people that we're going to bring up. First panel, Director Mark Ferrandino and Director Patty Salazar.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I do have a handful of amendments, so I'll pass those out just so the committee has them as we're discussing. This first panel, I think, is a wealth of information. So they have been in the trenches, not only on this bill, but in other areas that are similar. And I think they, I don't know if I would say they're excited to work on this issue, but it is going to be their life, and they've thought a whole lot about this and urged the committee to have a dialogue with them.
I want to ask you on your amendments, we have quite a few people here to testify against this bill. Do you think any of those amendments will address any of those concerns if we introduce them ahead of time?
Perhaps, and I'm fine. I'm happy to have them distributed in public, but let me just get my things settled and figure out which ones we're distributing.
We'll do this first panel then.
Yep.
So go ahead, Director Salazar, to introduce yourself, who you represent, and you have 2 minutes.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, members of the Senate Finance Committee. I am Patty Salazar. I serve as the Executive Director of the Colorado Department of Regulatory Agencies, which is the state's umbrella regulatory authority and the state's consumer protection agency. We are responsible for more than 40 boards and commissions, as well as advisory committees that administer over 50 regulatory programs. In short, we license 1 in 7 people in the Colorado workforce. I'm going to speak specific to the issues within Title 12. Proposition 122 placed the program for licensed facilitators and regulated healing centers within our agency. Since the law passed in November, we have taken the initial steps to implement Prop 122, including comprising a diverse committed advisory board, which has been Senate confirmed and has already started to meet. With much attention on Colorado, we are setting the groundwork to regulate this nascent industry in a very thoughtful manner. SB 290 will ensure that the state will be able to operationalize and implement Prop 122 effectively and efficiently by leveraging existing state infrastructure and providing fidelity to the will of the voters. The bill retains the regulatory authority of the licensure of facilitators and the administration of the Natural Medicine Advisory Board with DORA, more specifically within our Division of Professions and Occupations, known as DPO, and transfers the regulatory authority of certain aspects of this program to the Department of Revenue, which my colleague, Director Ferrandino, will speak to shortly. The core purpose of the advisory board will remain intact and will continue to advise DPO director and the state licensing authority within revenue with recommendations for the appropriate regulatory scheme for licensed facilitators and regulated healing centers. I should just quickly add that we want to underscore that if this bill is not passed, state agencies will be challenged in our ability to effectively create a regulatory framework to administer regulated psilocybin and other defined natural medicines. We want to thank President Fenberg for his leadership on this issue as we try to effectively operationalize Prop 122. Thank you.
That first beep is just to let you know it's coming, but you have some time.
I like to be efficient.
Thank you. Director Ferrandino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Mark Ferrandino, Executive Director for the Department of Revenue. And as my colleague, Director Salazar, talked about, as the administration looked at the passage of 1 and 22, we looked at how do we make this functional and really live up to the intent of the voters. It made sense, given the experience that the Department of Revenue has with the Marijuana Enforcement Division, to move forward with moving some of the aspects of 122 over to the department. Our marijuana enforcement division, led by Dominique Mendiola, sorry, for a second, has done a great job and have learned a lot over the years of how to regulate this type of function, whether it's the cultivation, the laboratory testing, and partnering with CDPHE with the laboratory testing, the healing centers, and the employees who are not the facilitators, but other occupational licenses. So this bill will give us the rulemaking authority, the appropriations to be able to move forward with building a licensing structure for by 2025. As the President said, this is not likely the only bill you will see on this, and as someone who, when I was Speaker when we passed marijuana legalization, I think we had within those first 2 years at least 3 or 4 bills, and still have continuing bills to this day, and likely you'll see continue. This is really what we really were trying to get here is the framework so that departments can do the work, listen to the advisory committee, and be able to ensure that we have that basis so that we can come next year to refine anything as we move forward, and look forward to answering any of your questions.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions from the committee? Senator Van Winkle.
Hey, Mr. Chair, thank you for being here today, and help me understand the idea of a healing center. What might that look like? Because I think a lot of people assume a healing center and a facilitator would be something along the lines of like a medical marijuana dispensary or something. Help me understand what it might look like if one were to open in my neighborhood.
Director Ferrandino.
Actually, I'll take it, Mr. Chair, if you don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead. Director Salazar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator Van Winkle, for that question. And again, I'll defer to my colleague to chime in if I'm missing anything. So as Proposition 122 defined and as we continue to define a healing center in Senate Bill 290, it is essentially everything from the cultivation, manufacturing, transport, and other aspects that will eventually conclude with the facilitation of the product itself at a regulated healing center. And so what we're essentially doing is allowing for the department to promulgate rules specific to what those different aspects mean and allow for entities to then apply for said licenses. And I'll give deference to my colleagues since that aspect will be moved over to the Department of Revenue.
Director Ferrandino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator, so as we think about this, it will be different than a retail marijuana because they are consuming on-premise, being monitored by the facilitator that would be regulated through DORA. And 122 had the healing center all-encompassing. It kind of defined the entire thing. We in this and look at it as breaking it out into different licensing types, so the cultivation, the actual building and physical where they're working and what you need there, the transportation if the cultivation and the healing center are not in the same location. So you could have a cultivation, let's say, that is supplying product to multiple healing centers. So we wanted to make sure that there were multiple options of how you could do this type of support for a healing center, whether it's all one and you have multiple licenses in one location, or you have a cultivation that is supporting multiple healing centers. But the big difference is it's consumed on site monitored by the facilitator. That is different than what we do on the retail marijuana side.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, I mean, I'm looking at the handout that we received from Senator Fenberg. It talks about how everything's a felony, it's a felony, it's illegal. So, in the course of developing a licensing, what? Oh, you didn't hand this out? Oh, I thought you did. I'm sorry. I apologize. Who gave us this? Oh.
That's not, sorry, Mr. Chair, that's not the fact sheet. That is about background on Prop 122 and what is still and what is legalized and what is still illegal even under Prop 122.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Senator.
Did I get it? Did we get it from you or no? No. Okay, whatever. Sorry if I mischaracterized where it came from, but we have this handout that talks about how there's a lot of illegal things and felonies and child endangerment, malpractice, no employee protections, all that kind of stuff. So I'm just curious, because I don't really know how this works. And again, thank you for being here. It's nice to see you both again today. How do you do your licensing and regulating? And at the same time, how do you take into the concerns that law enforcement may have?
Director Ferrandino.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator, one of the reasons we did think it made more sense to be in Department of Revenue, especially in the areas you talk about, we have post-certified criminal investigators who partner with local law enforcement on a daily basis on issues that come up in the cannabis space. We would see in the fiscal note similar in this space where we would monitor, we'd see what's going on. If there was things that weren't being done legally, if there was diversion, if there was, as the bill talks about, you can't sell the product, we would work with local law enforcement as well as our own staff to move forward with any, prosecution or actions, either administrative on the licensee, which we do now on the marijuana side, or work with law enforcement for them with prosecution to go after anything that is not legal. And that's why we felt it was better in DOR, because we do have that expertise and do this on a daily basis with all of our specialized business groups that we monitor and regulate.
Any other questions? Nothing? All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. President Fenberg, have you still want to move on with the panel or amendments?
Sure. Yeah, I can describe the amendments if that's helpful.
It's up to you. We can totally leave it.
So, so there are two amendments that have been distributed to the committee. It should be L004 and L007. L004 is largely about getting the language right when it comes to some language in the bill around indigenous communities, and we want to make sure that we included federally recognized tribes and other language that describes that that idea rather than just generally speaking indigenous communities. We want to make sure we're specifically also calling out the tribes that are federally recognized to be using some of these substances already. And then L7 is more policy-oriented. It does a few things. It clarifies and removes some of the language that was causing some concerns around remuneration. I've used that word more in the last few months than I've ever used in my life, and makes it clear that essentially that if you are providing services outside of the regulated model, you can still essentially, be paid for costs and things like that. So this entire time that we've been drafting this bill, we constantly are trying to walk this line of when are you doing something that is considered personal use and is decriminalized under the bill and is allowed, and when are you doing something that is a professional service that is supposed to be regulated and licensed by DORA. And it's tough, to be honest, because people have been providing these services for a very long time in different ways. Obviously, the decriminalized side of the bill or the proposition makes it so they can do those services a little bit more openly now. But we also are going to have a regulated side that provides similar services but has to be licensed. And so we're trying to provide clarity of when someone should be licensed and when they are doing something that is protected under the personal use provisions of Prop 122. There's also a section here, there was some concern around, folks probably are aware, public consumption of marijuana is prohibited, and we've debated over and over and over again sometimes about what that means. What does open use mean? And that has been a debate that we've, I think, wrestled with as a legislature. We provided some clarity in this amendment to ensure that displaying natural medicine does not include a cactus in your window for ornamental purposes and things like that. There's a lot of scenarios that people have brought up that we have thought of, that folks have brought to our attention, and we're trying to make sure we're not doing anything in this bill that would criminalize a very normal, just like daily activity like buying a cactus at Home Depot and bringing it home, even though with enough of that cactus you could probably extract some of these substances from, for instance, mescaline. So there's some clarity around that, around what public consumption and display means.
And you may want to take this back because I think it says do no apply. It should be do not apply. Line 19.
I'll take that into consideration.
All right.
I'm guessing all the people that are here in opposition, that's actually why they're,
The do no.
clarifies everything for
Do no apply.
the lack of it.
Well, we would move it, but we don't have the whole committee here. So thank you for explaining that. It's just these two. Do you have any others?
No, that's it right now.
Okay. Any questions on the committee? All right, we'll move on to our next panel. Thank you. I want to call up Eric Bergman, Molly Steinman, and Tim Lane. We'll start with Mr. Lane. I think you're on the end, so we'll start you there. If you just introduce yourself and tell us who you represent, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, members of the committee. My name is Timothy Lane. I am with the Colorado District Attorney's Council. CDAC represents all 22 elected district attorneys throughout the state. I first and foremost want to thank the President and his staff for engaging with us to talk about this, especially the criminal aspects of this bill and their work with us to make sure that there is as much clarity as there can be. At this time, CDAC has not taken any political position on this bill, but we always have a goal whenever there are criminal charges related to make sure that they are clear, they are understandable. Clarity is important not just for law enforcement and for the courts, it's also important for members of the community to know what is allowed and what is not allowed. And one principle of criminal law is the rule of lenity, meaning anytime that there is confusion in the statute in a criminal code, the law is always interpreted in favor of the defendant, so clarity is always as important as it can be. In looking at this, we believe, and while I said we have not taken a position generally on the bill, that there are improvements here over the proposition in regards to that clarity, mainly pointing out what is and what is not expanding or retracting in any way, but making it clear what the proponents of Proposition 122 said all along, that the sale for profit of natural medicines is not allowed, that the sale or providing to people under 21 is not allowed, and that this use in the criminal code is for personal use only. I think there are probably going to be still work that needs to be done. I think other witnesses have spoken to that. We will see as this goes along what happens. But primarily, I'm here to answer any questions that anyone has in relation to the Title 18 criminal sections or any other sections of the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lane. Appreciate that. We'll see if there are any questions after everyone has testified. All right, let's go with Mr. Bergman. Go ahead, introduce yourself, who you represent. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Eric Bergman. I'm with Colorado Counties Incorporated. Despite what you might have seen on YouTube, I am not here to harsh anyone's mellow, bruh. I want to thank the sponsor, President Fenberg, his staff, the governor's office as well for their work and trying to dig in on this subject. We've had a lot of conversations in our association about this. CCI does not have a position on Senate Bill 290 as yet. We'll meet next week to take one. There were a lot of concerns, though, about Proposition 122 as it was passed, though, largely regarding the opportunity for diversion and black and gray market activity. A lot of our border counties are very nervous. They had a lot of issues with trafficking during the early days of legalized marijuana in Colorado. We also had concerns about some of the penalties in the bill for selling to minors, and we're very glad to see those are being bolstered and moved up. We're very happy with the grow limits. It's a good starting point. I think for many of the things in this legislation, we're going to be talking about this for years. I think it's really important. This is a bill that needs to pass. We need to be giving our law enforcement community the tools they need to prevent the diversion, the trafficking, and make sure that we're keeping it safe. We are... As for local control, obviously we do have some feelings on that. There is a time, place, and manner ability in the bill. Many of our members, though, would like to push for a local ban authority. I shared a map with you that kind of shows how each county in Colorado voted on Proposition 122. We had about more than half had voted it down. So we do like the idea of having more local control in our communities, decide how they want this to look. I understand that for the next year or two, it's just going to be the healing centers, but we all know where this is going. This is going to be dispensaries. It's going to be grow operations down the road, and we'd like to see the same kind of model we have with our regulatory market for marijuana, where we have dual licensing and the ability to have local determination of how we want that to look. So again. We have a long way to go on this. This is just the first step. I want to thank the committee. I'm happy to answer any questions today, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. Berkman. I'll see if we can get back to you. Ms. Steinman, go ahead and tell us your name and who you represent. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Molly Steineman, and I'm here on behalf of the Colorado Municipal League and its 270 cities and towns across the state. We want to thank the President for hearing our concerns, but CML is still in an amended position on Senate Bill 290. While we appreciate and recognize the progress that has been made with the introduced version of this bill, there's still plenty of room for improvement. Even though the statute permits local governments to regulate the time, place, and manner of the operation of licenses, the breadth of the regulatory schemes and the ambiguous preemption language endangers how much authority that actually entails. Moreover, facilitators can perform services at other locations, like private residences. This bill should ensure that there aren't loopholes to work outside that regulated structure. It is important to make sure that local governments have the authority to regulate these businesses in certain conduct occurring within their communities. In addition, the broad definitions of personal use and the ability to engage in unlicensed distribution of natural medicine does not appear to be subject to that authority. Reining in unregulated activity in a measured and reasonable way should be a priority for this bill. Furthermore, the broad regulations found in this bill may create a strong risk of conflict with laws enacted by home municipalities. To the extent that it is intentional, the League opposes preemption of the authority to regulate matters of local concern guaranteed by the Colorado Constitution. CML respectfully requests amendments to address those concerns, including but not limited to allowing for local determination of whether natural medicine businesses can operate in their communities by popular vote or action of the governing body, enhancing and protecting municipal authority to regulate the time, place, and manner of operation of healing centers and other places where facilitators may administer natural medicine to avoid loopholes and potential conflicts of state regulation. And clarify provisions for personal use and cultivation of natural medicine to avoid workplace problems, ensure enforceability to close loopholes that could avoid the state's regulatory structure and local time, place, and manner restrictions. Thank you.
Thank you. You've done this before. Any questions for the panel here from the committee? Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you. And this is for Molly. You talk about businesses, but we were told that they can't sell. So, I mean, I'm associating a business with you walk in, you sell some mushrooms, I guess, and then you go from there. So if they can't sell, why would they have a business?
Ms. Steineman.
Well, that's a good question. The problem here is that the language seems to be a little bit vague in certain parts and we would agree with our colleagues over at CSDI that this does open the door for potential further commercialization within this statute. And so that's really our concern. The healing centers is another piece of this that we would like to see the local authority over as well.
And Mr. Chair.
Mr. Bergman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My understanding also is I think the conduct of the healing centers is one of the things that the advisory committee will be looking at as they move forward. I mean, there has to be some kind of remuneration. I'm looking at the president again because I'm fumbling with that word as well. Some exchange, because obviously you go into the center and you would need to buy the product, buy the psilocybin for the trip, journey, whatever you're doing, and therefore, there is an exchange that's going to happen, but all that's going to be, my understanding is that's going to be unfolded through the process of this advisory committee over the next year, and then they've set up the regulatory scheme the year after. That's my understanding.
President Fenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So these are good questions. It is a little confusing. If you're going to be doing this in the regulated side, that means you're licensed. And to be licensed, if you have a healing center or you're doing cultivation or the other types of licenses, you're going to have a business of some sort. If you're a licensed facilitator, you might just be licensed as an individual, right? But not a business. But the way this was contemplated in 122 and the way that it's written in the bill is that you're not actually selling a product, right? You're not. There's no stores. This bill clearly does not allow a store where it's like marijuana, where you go in, you window shop, you peruse, and then you buy something and you walk out with it. This is, on the regulated side, this is going to be more like an intensive therapy session for somebody. So it could be hours, if not longer, for someone who's participating in this process. So they're not going in and purchasing a product and leaving. It actually specifies that you have to have essentially 3 distinct sessions to prepare for it, to actually do the session, and then to have a session that is integrating you kind of out of the experience. The other thing is, I mean, there are a lot of concerns and things that have been raised throughout the process. I think a lot of people want to make sure this is not an overly commercialized thing. I know Mr. Bergman said it obviously will lead to dispensary type situations. I don't know what's going to happen 10, 20 years down the road, but this bill and Proposition 122 absolutely does not allow that type of a setup. It's going to be treated more like therapy. And you're not actually allowed to sell the product. You are providing a service for a fee, but it's a very intensive service. This isn't going to be something that you just casually, you're buying some shoes and stuff, and then you're like, oh, a healing center, and you pop in, and all of a sudden you're buying mushrooms. This is a very intentional thing that someone's going to do because they want to take that step of experiencing therapy with the assistance of psychedelics. And that experience could be many hours. And the facilitator will be facilitating you through that experience for those hours. So it's very different than a dispensary model. I don't know if I further confused you or clarified anything, Senator Kirkmeyer.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Yes, I have a question for Senator Fenberg and one for Mr. Bergman. But so they're purchasing a service at which the people providing the service is going to share the mushrooms? Is that how that works?
President Fenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So keep in mind, the proposition did 2 things. It decriminalized possession and sharing, but that's just between a couple of people outside of the regulated side. The
You and Senator Kolker.
Yeah, like we share things all the time. On the regulated side, I mean, you are being provided a service that includes the provision of the substance. So yes, I mean, in a way you are purchasing it, but as part of an experience, part of a service, you're really paying for the therapy. Oregon has gone down this path. They've only done the regulated side, not the decriminalization side. And these aren't necessarily like super cheap services that you just decide to spend $50 on. They could be hundreds or thousands of dollars because it's very time intensive. So you are obviously purchasing the whole thing, right? But it's more of like a therapy session where you're being charged a rate for the service, not for a product necessarily.
Interesting.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you. And this is a short one. This is for Mr. Bergman. Are those mushrooms on your tie?
Mr. Bergman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Is that what that is?
He went to Super Mario movie.
They are.
That's what I was
I'm
gonna
actually
ask.
a super.
Is that the Super Mario thing, or is that a mushroom?
Mr. Bergman.
Here we go.
Let's not go down this. Let's not go down this rabbit hole.
Beginning of journey.
Mushroom hole, whatever you want to call it. All right.
Don't call your mushroom.
Listen, I saw the movie this weekend with my children, and they had no idea what it meant because they never played the game. They're too young. I do have some questions about, for you, Mr. Bergman, you brought up, and Ms. Steinman, local control, preemption issues. Help me understand, what does a proposition do when we put a proposition to the voters? What is the purpose of a proposition? And how does a proposition work? Does it just apply to a few people, to everyone? Anyone? Mr. Bergman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, it asks the citizens of Colorado to adopt something, but this one puts it in statute as opposed to Amendment 64, which placed the marijuana legalization into our Constitution. So this body has the ability to revisit every year the statutes. as I said before, we have 36 of the 64 counties that actually voted down this idea of having these legalization and/or healing centers in their communities. So we just feel like it should be a local choice. There should be a local option included for local self-determination of these communities, how they want to look and how they want it to look.
And I hear the argument. I understand the argument. That's what I'm just trying to understand when we do these statewide votes. I mean, they're intended to apply to everyone. Let me finish.
Okay.
I think I can do that. And so when we do that, that's where I have some issue when we say that this is the way that we voted. We're only going to apply this to some people, maybe not everyone. That being said, 40 years ago, we would be, went back 40 years, we'd be shocked to even say that we even had the ability to do this in a legal manner. Mm-hmm. And I hear all the potential for further laws and further regulation, because this is just scratching the surface, and we'll see with experience how everything works. But I just wanted to understand, what a proposition is and what that purpose is. So that's where I'm at. Go ahead, Mr. Bergman.
If I could, Mr. Chair, also, we voted in the state to reintroduce wolves, but it didn't mean we're going to reintroduce wolves in every community. So I would say that, we are just...
Well, we're trying.
Today we wanted to put them in
Chatfield.
Ranch.
I jest, sir. I jest. Thank you very much.
So we're actually suggesting Chatfield. So,
Stop.
do you have anything, Ms. Steineman?
No, I would agree. I think I don't have the data right in front of me, but I think that Proposition 122 passed with about 54% of the vote. And so I would say that there's a strong population within Colorado that decided that they did not want this, which is why local control is very important.
President Finberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the arguments for the local control aspect, I think in some contexts is compelling and makes a lot of sense. And if you look at this map of who voted for it and who didn't, I think you could come to that conclusion. But I think the important thing here is Proposition 122 explicitly prohibited local bans. And so it's not like Proposition 122 passed and now it's in our domain to be like, well, clearly some communities might want it, some might not. I think that would be a normal conversation to have. But I do think we are in this moment where voters just approved this. If we want to respect the intent, and I don't know if most voters read the 12 pages of text versus the title, but it did contemplate this in the ballot measure, and specifically said there are some regulations that a city or a county can do, but you can't do a total ban. And so that was a policy decision we made when we were discussing the bill, was to make sure we kept that intact, because it is expressly put into that ballot measure.
Thank you. And I will say this. I voted against it, so I understand. But you probably did too. Well, once you become a father, you look at things a little bit differently. But this is the will of the people. This is the way I look at it. So I'm not going to argue it, and I'm going to look at it. That's what people voted for. This is the chance we had. I don't like Tabor either, but we still do it. So, thank you.
Okay,
Any other questions? Any other questions? Any other questions? Thank you very much. Bring up our next panel. Lisa Hudson, Krista Nash, Trina Fats, AA, and Susan, I'm going to butcher this, Sagi, S-A-G-Y. Are they here? Not here. Okay. Panel, sorry? Oh, we have them online. How many do we have online? Just two? All right. It looks like we have Trina. Is that correct? And who you're showing? Kristen. Kristen Nash, if you go ahead and unmute yourself and tell us who you are, and you have 2 minutes.
Great. Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Thank you, Chairman, and the rest of the committee. I'm Kristen Nash. I'm here representing myself and my family to please amend Senate Bill 23290. You know, we keep hearing about the benefits of psychedelics, and I just want to take a minute to talk about the risks, and I want to tell you why I care about this. 3 years ago, I lost my 21-year-old son, Will, to an accident due to psilocybin-induced hallucinations. Will was a college senior. He was 2 months from graduation. And like others, Will believed that psychedelics are safe enough. We don't have a family history of mental illness. Will was with a small group of best friends in his own home, yet things went sideways. He had a severe adverse reaction that led to a state of psychosis. He was terrified, agitated. He was out of his mind. His friends called for help. Campus public safety officers were on the scene, but at some point he grabbed a jar of protein powder, he poured it in his mouth as if drinking, and he choked. And our beautiful son, you know, in that state, mistook one ordinary object for another, and suddenly he was gone. He and his friends believed what they read, that mushrooms were among the least harmful drugs, that they're natural medicine, you can't overdose, they're non-addictive. Those are the things they'd heard. A worst-case scenario was not in their awareness. So as we talk about how to make psychedelics accessible, we need to acknowledge the risks, and we need guardrails baked into our public policy. I ask you, please include safeguards, measures to prevent youth access, massive public information and education campaigns that include unbiased information about risks and how to stay safe. We need first responder training so this last line of defense knows how to handle a psychedelic crisis. And we need public health data to understand impacts and prevalence of adverse events. There currently is no data. It's not tracked, so it's easy for people to think these events are rare. I bought the idea of rare too, but now I keep meeting others who've been harmed by the drugs, other parents who've lost kids due to psilocybin use, young adults who have ongoing mental illness due to use.
Ms. Nash, can you wrap up, please?
Sexually assaulted by a so-called guide while suggestible and under the influence. Public policy is education, so please, I ask you, include guardrails in this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for having the courage to testify after this loss of your son. I appreciate that. Please stick around in case we have any questions. The next person I have is it Trina Fatz?
It's Fates. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead and introduce yourself, and you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Trina Fates here, and I work in the Community Reinforcement and Family Training Program for parents with a child struggling with a substance use disorder. That's for Boulder County, and I am part of a countywide substance use advisory group. I'm testifying in support of amending Senate Bill 290. I greatly feel we need to require more regulations pertaining to more education and warnings about side effects and harms, especially related to unintentional psychotic episodes due to toxicology. I also would like to include tracking hospital data and to have rigorous certification guidelines for those who wish to become healers or guides. Lastly, I would like to request strict penalties for making this accessible to minors or providing to minors, as well as uncertified helpers and centers making false health and wellness claims. Since the passage of Prop 122, we have seen a significant increase in the experimentation in the use of psychedelics by younger populations, especially under the age of 21, and a more universal acceptance of a lack of harm and of additional therapeutic benefits from self-medicating with these substances. I am in the classrooms in Boulder Valley School District to educate as an expert on substance use disorder to over 500 students every semester. The attitudes we have heard this past year range from self-medicating is safe and could be a form of treatment for mental health issues, as well as self-macrodosing could be effective. This concerns me greatly, and I would like to share a brief story with you from a family that I have worked professionally with who is giving me permission to share. Their son took a large macro dose of psilocybin mushrooms just in the past year, believing that he would have a pleasurable experience as they had in the past. Unfortunately, they had a psychotic episode, which turned into a suicidal episode, and then they attacked the police officers who came to respond to the scene. This has left this family devastated. It has left this young person in extreme trauma and a lot of interaction with law enforcement, criminal justice. The family was respected, is respected, reputable, and very well educated, and it has been an incredible hardship for them. Thank you for letting me continue.
You bet. You bet. Thank you for testifying. Just stick around in case we have any questions. Next, still online, I have Lisa Hudson. If you would unmute and introduce yourself, and you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Sure can.
Okay, great. Thank you, Senate Finance Committee, for the opportunity to address you today. My name is Lisa Hudson, and I'm here representing myself and my family to amend Senate Bill 290. On Friday night, January 24th of 2020, my sparkly 16-year-old son, Shane, experimented with a large macro dose amount of mushrooms alone in our home while we were sleeping. Shane woke us up just after midnight in a highly altered and euphoric hallucinogenic state. He could not respond to any of my questions, but over and over he iterated that he was talking to God. He understood the meaning of life and that life was all about love. Concerned, my husband and I decided to take Shane to the ER. As we were getting ready to go, Shane ran down our stairs and jumped off our deck with his arms outstretched, shouting, "I've got this," like he was reaching out to catch a fly ball. Shane died in his father's arms as I called 911. I later found out that Shane had researched the God's dose of mushrooms online, a quote-unquote therapeutic dose that claims that you can speak directly to God and learn the meaning of life. Some of Shane's friends knew that he was taking mushrooms that night, but he assured them that nothing bad ever happens on mushrooms, and they never could have anticipated the horrible and heartbreaking consequences that were the result. Shane started experimenting with marijuana his freshman year, using high-potency edibles and vape pens that were easily accessible at his school and on social media. He quickly became addicted, and we struggled to control it. During his sophomore year, Shane stopped using marijuana to our relief. He had to write a school report on the effects of marijuana on the teenage brain. And seeing the Colorado data on the rising teen rates of marijuana-induced psychosis and suicidal ideation were huge motivators for him to stop. But shortly after stopping, Shane turned to mushrooms, thinking they were therapeutic and harmless. I truly believe that Shane's use of high-potency marijuana gave him the false sense of security that he could handle mushrooms easily, no matter how big the dose. Shane was a bright, loving, and joy-filled teen who actively seeked adventure and fun. He had a huge smile, a ton of friends, and he loved to laugh and make others laugh. We all miss him so much. Thank you for the opportunity to share my son's story today. Shane's experimentation with mushrooms had unnecessary, tragic consequences, which we will forever live with, and we truly hope other families can avoid.
Thank you, Ms. Hudson. I appreciate that. Appreciate, again, the courage to come forward and share your story and the loss of your son. And my deepest condolences to anyone who's lost their family member to any event related. So, again, and I know it takes a lot of courage. Thank you. We do have Kayla Tibbles here, who is going to read testimony from Susan, and I pronounced her name wrong. I'm sure I did. If you want to say it, Ms. Tibbles, go ahead and read that testimony. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm here on behalf of Susan Seiji. My name is Susan Seiji, and I wanted to share my family story with you. I am very new to the legislative advocacy world and come to this bill after the death of my 21-year-old child after the use of psilocybin. I think that it has taken me a while to talk about this. It was taken in the hope of the therapeutic benefit, which is what the internet tells us about psychedelic use. On December 6th of last year, my child took psilocybin, which resulted in severe adverse effects that led to a fatal jump from a bridge. This is not conjecture. We have seen what these adverse effects can do since it was videotaped on an iPhone. Our child was able to buy psilocybin in Oakland, California, where it is decriminalized. I have seen the bag of mushrooms. No instructions were given, nor was any information provided on the potential of adverse effects. You might say that this was unfortunate but unusual. It is not. Shortly after my child's death, I learned of 3 other children and young adults, 2 of them in Marin County where I live, that have died as a result of psilocybin use. You will hear from them today. I support the healing potential of psychedelics and am heartened by the reports of desperately needed improvements in mental health. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Psychedelics can produce hallucinations, delusions, and detachment from reality. These experiences can lead to unpredictable and sometimes tragic results. Emotional responses can range from euphoria to paranoia, terror, and fight or flight panic, which can result in psychological trauma, erratic behavior, accidental injuries, violence toward oneself or others, and even death, as I have learned. After my child's death, I did a lot of research to understand why this adverse reaction occurred and what the community of professionals researching the use of psychedelics said about the risks. I learned that those on the leading edge of psychedelic research are clear about the risks that must be considered. For example, the UC Berkeley Center for Science of Psychedelics says, as a class, the classic psychedelics are regarded as having very low toxicity. However, when under the influence of any psychedelics, there is a risk of behaving in ways that could harm oneself or others. I urge your support and proper safeguards to be put in place.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing that testimony. Any questions for this panel at all? Thank you all for coming. We appreciate it once again. We'll go ahead, and I want to let everyone that's listening or in person know that this is a really busy time of year. There are numerous committees going on. There are numerous bills being presented. That's why we have people stepping out, because they have more than one bill in other committees. So it's not a reflection of disinterest. It's just the sign of the times right now. So we do appreciate people being here, and we'll just keep moving forward. My next panel, I have Chuck, L-I-E-F, Leaf, so how do I want to pronounce it? Glenn Mays, Brandon Burns, and Joe Stone. And I don't know if they're in person or online. Who's online? Chuck? All right, we'll start with in person. Go ahead, state your name, who you represent, and you have 2 minutes.
Hello, and thank you for hearing my testimony today. My name is Joe Stone, married to Tricia, father to Jack, Mara, Caden, and Delaney, and we reside in Westminster, Colorado. For the last 13 years, I've worked as a director for Compassion and Choices, a national nonprofit advocating for end-of-life choices, and behind Proposition 106, access to medical aid in dying. I earned my Master's of Divinity from the Isle School of Theology and formerly worked in Unitarian Universalist ministry and a long career in technology. Today I'm speaking on behalf of the more than 300,000 Americans who suffer from a condition known as cluster headache. Cluster headache is considered to be perhaps the worst pain known to medicine. The debilitating and excruciating attacks can occur multiple times daily for weeks, months, and sometimes even years. People with this disease are more than 10 times likelier to commit suicide than the general population, hence its other given name, the suicide headache. It can also be very difficult to treat. This is something I know. I've had episodic cluster headache for the last 40 years. To say that it's disrupted my life would be a misnomer. Many hopes and dreams have been set aside in lieu of simply surviving. 3 years ago, out of desperation, I decided to try the one treatment that I had been intentionally avoiding for years, psilocybin. Research from Harvard, Yale, the Veterans Administration, and others had long known psychedelics could be a powerful medicine in treating cluster headache and its accompanying symptoms of traumatic stress disorder. I had been avoiding this treatment for the simple reason that it was illegal. With the help of an organization called Cluster Busters, I followed a protocol of sub-psychedelic dosing over a period of a couple of weeks, and it effectively put me into remission for the first time in my life, and it changed my life. The people of Colorado have decided that psychedelic medicine should be legally available in our state, and it's important that we implement this law faithfully and responsibly. Here are the two asks that I have for how we can best move forward. One, all facilitators who will be administering psilocybin at healing centers should be required to be trained on the proper use of psychedelics for cluster headache and other chronic pain conditions. And two, from my perspective as a former and sometimes religious professional, I ask that this committee support allowing fair and legal compensation for Indigenous healers and religious professionals administering the sacrament of natural medicines. Performing ceremonies is how many of these professionals earn their living. Ceremony involves tradition, sacred knowledge, training, and trust, and that is more than just voluntary activity. I thank you for your time and allowing me my testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Stone. Appreciate that. Appreciate hearing what something positive can do for you on a regulated basis. The next person we have is it right, Chuck Leaf? And L-I-E-F, I don't know if it's life or leaf, so go ahead and correct me, state your name, and begin your 2-minute testimony.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. I'm here to offer comments in support of the bill, but I have to say, just given the recent testimony, that our support is in no way meant to diminish the experience of the 4 extraordinary people that testified earlier, and I just want to make that clear. I'm the president of Naropa University in Boulder. We're smaller than most of our sister public and private higher education institutions, but Naropa graduates one of the largest cohorts of master's level counseling psychologists of any university in the state. Many of our graduates remain in Colorado as licensed practitioners and for more than 45 years have positively impacted equitable access to innovative mental health care in the state. We also provide direct mental health care to low-income persons in Boulder County through our Medicaid licensed community counseling center, and many of our faculty are researchers in the FDA and other approved clinical trials working with psychedelics, with veterans living with PTSD, persons with major depressive disorder, challenges relating to end of life, and other mental health issues. Naropa is currently offering national comprehensive training in the field of psychedelic-assisted therapy to postgraduate clinicians, including therapists, doctors, nurses, social workers, and chaplains. A new cohort of 120 participants are starting a 9-month program in 2 weeks. We're currently the only accredited university in Colorado to be offering that training, although I think and hope that that will not be the case for long. We're in the process of creating a curriculum to be responsive specifically to the psilocybin facilitator training requirements that we expect to see in Colorado and have been approved by the Oregon Health Authority to deliver similar training in Oregon, which we'll be starting to do later this year. We're looking forward to participating in the process that will lead to the range of skills and topical areas needed to develop a competent and caring cohort of facilitators. In addition to the more medical model that I've actually named, we're also very supportive of the concerns raised by the many indigenous communities who, as we know, have worked with these natural medicines for centuries and have deep knowledge as to their spiritual use. Honoring and protecting the ongoing use is essential to honor all our Colorado residents and should include a serious look at the ways that spiritual guides carefully using the medicines for sacred use may receive forms of compensation in order to acknowledge their wisdom, skill, and important work. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for testifying. We appreciate that. Senator Kirkmeyer, do you have any questions?
No, thank you.
No? Okay. I don't either. Appreciate you coming in. It's important that we do hear it, especially on a regulated basis. I'm going to bring up my next panel. Joshua Capel, Natasha Poinsot, Jesse Gould, and Kevin Matthews. Who do we have online? Okay. We'll start with our in-person, sir. If you go ahead and introduce yourself, tell us your name, and you have 2 minutes.
Thank
Thank you, Chair. My name is Joshua Capel. I'm the founding partner of the Denver-based law firm Vicente, and through that role, I'm a senior advisor to the Healing Advocacy Fund, which is a nonprofit dedicated to the safe and equitable implementation of Prop 122 and other state-based psychedelic measures. And I was also one of the drafters of Proposition 122, and I chaired the campaign committee. First, I want to say, first I want to say that, we're really, supportive of this bill. It does need some amendments, but on the regulatory side, we think that all the agencies and the president, did really well in sort of honoring the intent of the measure and making this measure even better with additional safeguards, additional safeguards around equity, and also focusing a lot more on listening to the concerns of Indigenous communities through a working group. On the personal use side, we did have, a couple concerns, but they appear to be taken care of, through these amendments. And there might be, some additional fixes to make around what was redrafted, from what we put in Prop 122 versus like how it looks now. There might be a couple of tweaks, but, besides that, really just wanted to, thank everyone for all their hard work they put into this.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Just hang on. We may have a question or two. Next online, sorry, you put my glasses on. Natasha, is that right? And I probably, go ahead and tell us your last name because then I'll know how to say it, so I appreciate it. And start with your testimony.
Natasha Poinsett, thank you very much. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify. As I said, my name is Natasha Poinsett, and I represent the Healing Advocacy Fund. And I also just want to take a moment to acknowledge the previous testimonies that have come forward and to thank each of you for sharing those. Really, really powerful. I'm a lifelong resident of Colorado, and I worked on the campaign to pass the Natural Medicine Health Act last year. I now serve as director of the Healing Advocacy Fund here in Colorado, a nonprofit dedicated to supporting safe, quality, and equitable implementation of Proposition 122 so that people struggling with depression, anxiety, and other mental health challenges can access psychedelic healing in supportive settings. Over the past 2 years, I've had countless conversations with individuals across the state that have opened my eyes to how truly transformative these medicines can be when used with an intention and care. I have spoken with people who've recovered from alcohol use disorder, substance use, and eating disorders, veterans who have been able to find healing from trauma, and cluster headache patients who have found relief from intense physical pain through the use of psilocybin. I have called Colorado home my entire life, and I have lost loved ones here who could not get the help that they needed. I am working to support safe, equitable implementation so that others can find pathways to healing before it is too late. I want to recognize and acknowledge the hard work that the sponsors put into this bill. In many ways, it does build upon Proposition 122 to ensure the measure can be implemented effectively. I look forward to reviewing the amendments around ceremonial use because I know that this is a really important concern. And I just want to emphasize that the original language of Proposition 122 included protections for provision of bona fide harm reduction and support services, and allowed individuals offering those services to receive compensation for their time and skills. These services are critical to safe use of natural medicines, and I encourage the committee to return to the original language, although again, I look forward to reviewing in more detail the amendments that have come forward. In closing, I just want to thank you for your time on this important.
Sorry, I had my microphone on. I was asking Senator Priola if he was done with his bill across the street, so I didn't mean for you. My apologies.
Okay, well, I was.
Go ahead and wrap up. You're done.
Just wanted to thank you again for all of the work to craft this bill.
Thank you. Next, I have Jesse Gould. If you go ahead and introduce yourself, if you represent anything, let us know, and start with your testimony. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and the remaining members of the committee. Honored to speak today. My name is Jesse Gould. I'm a former Army Ranger, 3 combat deployment to Afghanistan. I was also a non-commissioned officer in charge of 30-plus individuals in both training and combat environments. many of which have needed mental health support that came in the form of psychedelics for lack of better options provided by anything else. And that's why I'm here in support of the original bill, open to some of the amendments, but with the reflection of, as Natasha said, the bill. And so the story I want to tell is where we're at. And the federal government, and from the perspective of veterans, has absolutely failed us. If you don't believe me, look at the suicide statistics. It's pretty clear. The last statistic was anywhere from 17 to 44 veterans commit suicide every single day. So we've had to find our own resources, and we have. And that has been the form of psychedelics because it is absolutely the most effective thing out there for helping PTSD and depression, bar none. The research is actually catching up with us. And so then our recourse, because the federal government is not supporting us, is to either go overseas, which we're doing by the thousands, or find states that are willing to work with us. And that happened in Colorado. And so now that's changing. And so I want to speak to the communal aspect, because we will find a way as veterans, and we work in community, and it's more effective in community. But we should not also hold all of the burden again when these governments have failed us. To get some sort of remuneration, some sort of pay for the fact of supporting our brothers and sisters, I don't think that's too far a cry. And also just out of respect of where these things come from. So I just want to give that perspective, and also respect. I know there are risks. Those risks come from the fact that this has been in the shadows and illegality, not from the fact that we're talking about this now. This is actually making it safer. So I appreciate you hearing from us and in support of the bill.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your testimony. Hang on, we'll give you, I do have some questions for you once we're done with the rest of the panel. I have one more left. I have Kevin Matthews. Kevin, if you would, again, state your name, who you represent, and you have 2 minutes once we get you up here. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good evening to the members of the Senate Finance Committee. My name is Kevin Matthews, and I'm here as a proponent of Proposition 122, in addition to working alongside the Healing Advocacy Fund. I'm a dad, born and raised here in Colorado. I currently live in Arvada, and I'm retired from the U.S. Army due to major depression. And over a decade ago, right here in Colorado, psilocybin mushrooms gave me a new lease on life. They pulled me out of a cycle of guilt, shame, and despair by offering a new perspective that was grounded in joy and freedom and the realization that happiness is possible. This experience put me on a path of healing that eventually led me to working in drug policy reform, because I wanted others to be able to experience the healing that's possible with the informed use of psilocybin. This work began with decriminalizing psilocybin in Denver, with so many of the other people in the room and on the call today. Where in November 2021, the Denver Psilocybin Mushroom Policy Review Panel demonstrated that decriminalizing it did not have a significant impact on public health and safety. I was eventually asked to be the co-designated representative of Proposition 122, and as a proponent of the Natural Medicine Health Act, I'm intimately familiar with the language and the spirit and intent of the measure itself. I applaud President Fenberg, his staff and team, and the department heads who've been working tirelessly these last few months to implement this monumental task. However, today I'm testifying to encourage you to amend Senate Bill 290. There are a lot of things in this bill that make sense to better integrate regulated access into the state's infrastructure. However, as it is currently written, without the aforementioned amendments said earlier, it recriminalizes ceremonial and community use because of the overly broad definition of remuneration that prevents compensation in any form to community and legacy practitioners, medicine people, and others who've been offering these medicines underground and across the state despite prohibition. Their time, expertise, and the services these individuals provide, like harm reduction, sitting, or guiding, are incredibly valuable, perhaps priceless, and are often based on years or decades of training and work. These individuals deserve compensation, and I respectfully request that this body reconsiders the prohibition of remuneration for bona fide religious, spiritual, or communal practice so that we can foster an environment that uplifts rather than criminalizes people who choose not to participate in the regulated program. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Matthews, again, and also thank you for your service. I do have a few questions. I don't know if Senator Kirkmeyer, if you have any questions, I'm going to go ahead. Question to Mr. Gould and Mr. Matthews. Based on your service and the people that you served with, typically they are younger in age. Those who have come out with PTSD, any kind of depression, mental health issues who have sought treatment, what has been their typical age that you know of, or do you have a range? And I'll start with Mr. Gould.
Yes, the range generally is mid-20s. The majority mid-20s, I'd say mid-30s, sometimes 40s. But we have also worked with Vietnam veterans that have been suffering needlessly for 40, 50 years, and they go to psilocybin retreats, again, overseas after suffering for that long, and finally find relief. So, I mean, the vast majority are younger generations. I think it's openness to these treatments. But also, I mean, we just came from 20 years of war, and there's not really good recourses for mental health for any of those hundreds of thousands of veterans coming from that.
Thank you. Mr. Matthews, would you like to comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I defer to Mr. Gould since he works much more extensively than I do with veterans, specifically in this context.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Mr. Gould, the treatments that you talk about, the supervision that goes into them, can you describe what it looks like?
Yes, and to clarify, I run I'm not sure if I mentioned this, a nonprofit Heroic Hearts project for the past 6 years because we've been building infrastructure that has not been there or not provided. And so that's why we're trying to bring this domestically with support of local governments, statewide governments. The care we have is a very peer support basis. We have to work with the infrastructure we have. We have thousands, and this is not an exaggeration, thousands of people on our wait list and they've all fallen through the cracks of the VA. They've all been through therapy for 10 plus years on 15 different medications. Again, this is not an exaggeration. I wish it was. So the support we provide based off of the funding that we get, which is a nonprofit, so we have to go out every single day and ask people for money to support the veterans that should be supported by these governments, is 4 to 6 weeks of preparation, coaching, group calls, and we're happy to do that in Colorado. We will do that in Colorado if we're given the avenues of that. And then vetted spots that we deem that work with us, as well as aftercare. This is all a peer support community. The beautiful thing about this work is when veterans find healing, the first thing they want to do is heal others. But they're also doing that at sacrifice of their time, right? And so that's where the remunerations come from, is that they are spending hours, and they would happily do that. But then again, they're sacrificing their time. They're putting the burden of other people's sacrifice on their own shoulders. And there's so many parts of the story that should be an absolute embarrassment. One, that veterans are going to other countries to get life-saving care. And two, that now we are talking about they have to cover that cost themselves.
Thank you. And I'm not going to say I know this bill line by line, and something I definitely will bring up here with the sponsor, what you're talking about with the remuneration, because we do have a proposed amendment, but I need to understand it a little bit better. So I appreciate your time. I appreciate the information that you've given. I do have a question. I will make sure I say your name right. Is it Capel? Capel. Gee, I knew I was getting the wrong syntax there. Capel. What was your intent in drafting this versus what we have in this bill? Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Great question. On the regulatory side, I think we're really, really close to what we intended, and it's even better. On the personal use side, what we intended was for both to decriminalize personal use and community-based healing. Sort of what Jesse Gould was talking about, and to allow for reasonable exchanges of remuneration in those settings. Now, what we didn't want to happen was, and was that in this decrim portion that people open up large businesses and really expand. So we banned advertising. We banned sort of creating like a for-profit business model in there, but we did have a carve out for reasonable remuneration for community-based healing.
Thank you. I appreciate hearing that reasonable remuneration. I'm just writing down notes here, so I make sure I bring these up. Any other questions for this panel? Thank you. Thank you all for coming. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next panel I have, excuse me, is Angela Beers, Ryan Wilson, Kendra Berg, Andrea Valeska Arnold. While we wait to get the people online, let's start with those who are in person. If you'd state your name, who you represent, and you have 2 minutes. Go ahead. Oh, button right by the arrow. The arrow on the, right there you go. It should turn green. See a button next to it? A little, there. We do this all the time.
Yeah, no,
all right, thank you.
Thank you, Senator, for hearing us out. My name's Kendra Berg. I'm here basically on behalf of the National Congress of American Indians, Native American Church of North America, and the Native American Church of Oklahoma. And this is a joint organizational statement. We are here basically to call for the provision stating mescaline in the bill to be removed based on ceremonial and cultural disposition, exploitation, and inadequate consultation. Many of us were around in the beginning, and we had experienced absolutely erasure, and nobody really even came to talk to us about the claim to any of these indigenous medicines, really. A lot of them say stuff now, but I just want to read this coalition of stakeholders representing the interest of American Indian Religious Freedom Act and Native American Church of POD practitioners. We are deeply alarmed and concerned at the accelerating attempts of pharmaceutical companies to appropriate traditional plant knowledge and traditional plant medicines, in particular mescaline derived or synthesized from peyote. In response to this, the other similar events, we are requesting that both the FDA and the U.S. Patent Trademark PTO engage in government-to-government consultation on the issue of patenting medical treatments or other inventions based on utilizing peyote, its derivatives, and other synthetic variants as soon as possible. In any case, prior to any patents being used and or any approvals of any kind being authorized for production or use. Is that okay?
Keep going.
This request is being made because recently Journey Collab, a pharmaceutical company, applied for patents and the FDA approval of the synthesized mescaline and offer corresponding proprietary therapy for the treatment of addiction and other mental health disorders. We understand the same company has marketed both investors and FDA pharmaceutical business model based on shared benefit, reciprocity, and founding equity for relevant indigenous peyote communities. Basically, there was no free and prior informed consent. Our people are connected, and there has not been proper consultation. There's a lot to be said about some of these actors, and I know that you guys have gotten this joint organizational statement. We have come here today to request, proper consultation with nation to nation, which includes tribal nations, on this topic of mescaline and peyote. And so that's why I'm here. I wanted to say things in the best way possible, and also talk about some of the actors in the room. A lot of these people here are here for profiteering. They want to make money. Our communities are not like that. Our communities have been open to healing, and that's part of how we consider the medicine to work. But that's, like I said, neither here nor there. We just want proper consultation with tribes, bona fide tribes, and what am I trying to say? I'm put on the spot.
That's okay. We'll you know what? We'll just wrap up there, and we have we do have some questions. I know I do. So we'll see if we can help clarify some things.
Yeah, okay? We're on a time limit, so it's kind of like hard to get all these expressions out.
I understand. It's tough, and that's why we'll help out with some questions. Okay. And we'll go on to the next person testifying here. If you would introduce yourself, if you can find that button right there. There you go. There you go. And tell us who you represent, and you have 2 minutes. But yes, go ahead.
Okay. Hi, my name is Dr. Angela Beers. I am a psychologist. I am also an Indigenous community member. My Indigenous lineage comes from Zacatecas, Mexico, my paternal side. My father was an immigrant, if you call it that, migrant child, so I'm first generation. I grew up in foster care and group homes, and I also experimented with a lot of these substances beginning at the age 10, 11, and 12. And I do not recommend that as a safe route. I have been lucky enough to be able to come around to my tradition keepers, as well as other Indigenous tradition keepers, Native Americans. And the proper protocol is very important. What the individuals are speaking in this room, with all due respect, they haven't even touched the very basic understandings of these things. I have 30 years relationship with psilocybin myself. It is very dangerous. It is very powerful. You had asked the last individual, I think his last name was Gold, about supervision. He didn't respond to it. He didn't answer it. It's because they don't have it. I also teach at the Naropa University, Mr. Chuck Leaf, who was on a few moments ago. I teach in their transpersonal counseling program, and I have moonlighted in their psychedelic certificate. I have grave concerns about how these programs are coming about. They're throwing all of the medicines together. There is no real guidance because they don't know what they're doing, and the majority of the medicines that are on this bill, there's no research for them. So I'm not even sure how DORA is going to implement safe practices when there's no research. There's no data for it. Again, with Naropa, I have to say this because I have a duty, and I do fear retaliation. In my workplace, I already experienced quite a bit of discrimination as it is, so I'm here to show you what's to come and what is already happening. I have requested for meetings with Mr. Tuckleaf, and I've seen him more in the last couple of weeks at these stakeholder meetings that I've ever seen, and I've worked there for almost 3 years. I have identified myself as who I am, and it has been a blatant, complete erasure. I do not know who he's talking about, who these individuals are that have been involved in research that are in the program. If they're the ones that come in and do like an hour speaking, I guess, then that qualifies. So we need to address education and training, and that does need to be consultations with people who actually know what's going on with these medicines, and there needs to be reciprocity involved in that. And again, as my community member over here, my sister Kendra was mentioning, is that our communities have continued these ways for so long without having to have what these individuals in this room are describing. They want money. We're not personal use, we are spiritual. This is spirituality. They are taking our spirituality and using it in ways that they don't know very much about. Nobody owns spirituality. However, there needs to be respect, because if there's going to be safe implementations in this, especially in the community, then they need to pay homage to the people who know what's going on, which is our community members and our tradition keepers from the north and south. Regarding them wanting to have pay for what they're doing, they did it. Y'all accomplished that. It's called the medical model. It's called the regulated side. You can do that. If you really are concerned about making amendments, make amendments to making sure that you can get in there and afford to be able to run your facility. You don't need to be doing that with the spirituality of it. There should be, I'm going to say this. Go ahead, record. I know, but I know a lot of these individuals for a very long time. They have been very intentional in silencing us. This is the first time. Mr. Fenberg is the first person in the last 3 years that we have been fighting that actually listened to us. There was no provisions whatsoever about indigeneity in any of these previous drafts. But yet, the Healing Advocates Fund talks about that, which is a predominantly white organization, and also talks about equity, but they have the guy who drafted the bill who intentionally kept us out. I'm not sure if that's really equity. So we really need to be careful with what we're doing, because we're not only erasing our culture and our ways and our people, but we're also starting to erase other marginalized communities. I don't know if we've taken a look around the room here, but there aren't many brown, there aren't many black folks in here, and that's a problem. We're really talking about healing, and we're talking about healing that's revolutionary. They haven't built the relationships. This is all about money. Sean McAllister, one of the drafters of this proponent, Prop 122, he has had relationships, very poor relationships with our tribes. How do you say? The
Menominee.
The Menominee. He profited $5 billion off of them.
Yeah, let's, just to make sure, okay, because we don't disparage.
Okay.
Because we don't have any backup evidentiary, that we're not here to do that right now.
Okay.
I want to hear your testimony. I have given more time.
I appreciate it.
And we will come back with questions. I still have 2 people online.
Okay.
Okay. But let's keep it to what we can do. I hear what you're saying, mm-hmm. and we'll try to address that, maybe with some further questions. So let's go up to Andrea Valeska online. And Andrea, I think you're unmuted, go ahead and state your name and you give your testimony. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is Andrea Valdescarno. I'm representing myself, speaking for myself as an indigenous descendant woman. My lineage is the Mapuche lineage, which is from South America and from the south of Chile and Argentina. And I'm here representing myself and speaking from a perspective of speaking from Mother Nature and for the secrecy of these plant medicines that many of the people have called today psychedelics. These are master's medicines. They are plant medicines that they must need to be treated with respect and under ceremonial use. I want to second what Dr. Angela Beer said, that this is the first time indigenous people that have wanted to be heard and express their concern and create bridge with the elders who would like to have a voice. And this is the first time that we have been heard, and it's the first time that actually there is a talk about how can we introduce the secrecy and the protection of the sacred ways, and how the elders who have been working with this medicine for hundreds and hundreds of years needs to be part of this ceremonial and needs to be part of this way of now being given to the public, because I also want to say that I feel compassion for those mothers who share the story of those children who didn't know what they were doing, because there is a lot of misunderstanding, there is a lot of miseducation, and because there is no being consulted with indigenous people who have been the stewards of this medicine for many years. And because it has been done in the wrong way, we are seeing how this cannot go in the right way if it's not being consulted with indigenous people. Thank you for.
Thank you very much. Just hold on in case we have questions for you. We'll bring up Ryan Wilson.
They made it.
Yeah, good afternoon, committee.
Go ahead, Ryan. If you state your name, who you represent, and you have 2 minutes.
Yeah, my name is Ryan Wilson. I'm a member of the Oglala Sioux Tribe, Pine Ridge, South Dakota, and I'm the legislative committee chair for the Native American Church of North America, and also a member of the Peyote Task Force for the National Congress of American Indians. And nearly 80 years ago, the National Congress of American Indians began there in Denver as tribes came together to defend their traditions and their way of life and their treaty rights. So I'm appreciative of Kendra's mention of the joint statement that they just released, but I also have submitted to Senator Fenberg resolution number 22009, which says affirming support for the American Indian Religious Freedom Act as amended in 94 and calling for federal preemption as it pertains to the legalization and or decriminalization of peyote, lufafora, williamsi. And here's what's most important, and its byproducts, which we consider mescaline. While it's not differentiated in this initiative or the amended draft bill, we consider that, a product of peyote. So what we're echoing on behalf of the tribes that came together is that you have in your own state statutes 59 FR 22951, executive memorandum on consultation. This was kind of designed by the Commission on Indian Affairs for the state of Colorado. And these, to me, you guys have recognized 48 tribes with a history and a linkage to Colorado besides the Ute, Mountain Ute, and Southern Ute tribes. The northern branches of all of those tribes that had a kinship with the territory you now call the state of Colorado, they're all peyote tribes, the northern ones too. So what we're simply saying today, and the message is very clear and very simple, it's not a request, it's actual to state to you, this has to be done with tribal consultation with federally recognized tribes. And what they're saying through their historical bodies of representation is that they consider this mescaline
Appreciate it.
peyote. And when this decriminalization effort, was launched a few years ago with heavy funders and backers like Dr. Bronner, they agreed to take the word out, peyote, to take that out of resolutions and to take that out of state initiative efforts. But what has happened, and I wouldn't want to call it a sleight of hand, it's been blatant. What has happened is they just replaced that word peyote with mescaline without explaining source and without explaining how they would regulate, how they would discover what derivative comprised that mescaline and how that would be incorporated. So our simple message to you today, and I'll close, is just to let you know that our viewpoint is this has to be done with inclusion. It has to be done legally and in congruence with federal Indian law, and that it has to be done in consultation with these tribes that have been acknowledged by the state of Colorado as historic kinship with the state, as well as the two federally recognized Indian tribes in the state there. And I applaud the efforts that I read on the draft, and we're moving closer towards something that I think would work, but we're not there yet. And I'll close on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. I appreciate your testimony and appreciate the testimony. I gave you a little extra time because I felt like you needed it. I just want to emphasize, we're not a court of law here. We're not here to accuse or disparage. We're here to hear what's happening, what we can do, what's applying to the bill, and what we can do going forward. So I appreciate that understanding. Do you have any questions? I want to ask a question about, and bring in the bill sponsor, about the amendment, about what they're trying to address. do we know, do we have, you've had these conversations, what can you say about what we're trying to address here?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think there's a few aspects. I mean, clearly I don't want to speak for the witnesses, but just to give you some context of what is in the bill and what it feels to me is not in the bill that maybe is being asked or contemplated. But there are some aspects of the bill that have been changed from the original measure to address some of the concerns. And by no means will I claim that it addresses all of them. So I don't want that to be the perception. But we did add language in the legislative declaration to provide direction and intent, especially when it comes to the intent to not overly commodify or commercialize in a manner that would be harmful to communities. We provided some guardrails for advertising on the regulated side. So if you are going to get a license, if you are going to be regulated, there are going to be some guidelines on how to advertise your services in a way that is not misappropriating culture, et cetera. And then probably the more important part of it, because it's not just sort of intent driven, but an actual space for conversations to occur into the future, is creating a working group, an Indigenous working group, to contemplate some of the issues that have come up around misappropriation of culture and ensuring, sort of having a feedback mechanism and ongoing discussion on, as we roll this out, as we do these rulemakings, as we start issuing licenses, making sure that there's a space where we are intentionally having conversations about the impact it is having or could have on Indigenous communities. So those are some of the aspects that are in the bill. There's also some protections specifically for religious ceremony, spiritual use, et cetera, that I think there would be differences of opinion on if that is already included in the personal use sections, but felt that it was important to provide extra kind of belts and suspenders and make sure that we are calling it out specifically so no one is criminalized for practicing their genuine religion. The other issue that I think has been raised is around, so Prop 122 did a lot of things, but there's two tracks, regulated and personal use. On both sides, it essentially allows for various substances in both of these tracks, one of which is mescaline. On the regulated side, it does not allow therapy with mescaline right away. It allows the board to decide, based on science and research and data, to make a recommendation to the director if they think that the regulated side should be opened up to using mescaline as well as a couple of other substances. On the personal use side, though, it decriminalized all of the listed substances immediately. So those are decriminalized right now. The reason why this is a little confusing for folks who maybe haven't been, working in this space and don't have deep experiences with some of these substances, that mescaline can be derived from a couple of different sources. And there's a lot of concern about it being derived from peyote in these settings because peyote, and folks should correct me if I'm wrong when I'm finished, the peyote plant is limited. Its habitat and its where it is naturally is severely limited. So there's a lot of concern from a conservation perspective, but also I think from a religious perspective as well, separate from that. So Prop 122 attempted to address this concern by saying mescaline is decriminalized. Mescaline can eventually be used in the regulated side, but not if it comes from peyote. I think the concern is it's hard to know where it came from, maybe, especially on the personal use side where it won't be regulated. So that's, I think, where some of the concerns are coming from. Again, I don't mean to speak for any of these witnesses, but that's sort of my small brain understanding of some of these conversations over the last few weeks. Yeah.
Just hold on one second. I just wanted to say, the reason I ask is I'm trying to get clarifying language out of the bill, what the bill is doing. And that helps me understand from your perspective, go ahead.
Both the peyote with mescaline and what they call huachuma, which is the San Pedro, are sourced nowhere else. It's sourced here. So I think Ryan has called it a heritage molecule. And he's, they're asserting the NARF, statute, a definition, the federally recognized tribe, and that's an DEA, FDA has a lot to do with that. But yeah, there is I guess you have to deal with the San Pedro as well, which I'm told can be sold in Home Depot. But both of those plants are sourced within the confines of the United States and down into Mexico, which, am I correct on that?
But
it still deals with tribal people. So there's contention there with heritage molecule and erasure and.
Okay. And Dr. Beers, can you tell me what are we trying to accomplish here when it comes to mescaline? I know you talked about psilocybin and other things, but primarily, is it mescaline? Is it taken, because Ms. Berg, right, you had talked about pulling that or taking that out. Is that what we're trying to do? Help me understand.
There's a couple things. It's the clarifying language to make the distinction and recognition of indigenous intellectual property.
Native American intellectual property on these grounds. To clarify very quickly, what Ms. Berg was saying is that none of these plants actually grow in the state. The only plant that's on this proposition that grows here in limited source seasonally is psilocybin. Everything else is from South America or Africa. So that causes issues with destabilizing those areas because there are folks going down there to buy up acres of land to then bring those up here and also to raid our gardens in Texas as well as in Mexico, which is where peyote grows. So we are asking, not just with these conflicts that we're talking about now, but with the additional conflict that they had specified in this proposition, they got into the separation of church and state. They wrote in law a preference of one religion over other by specifying excluding peyote. That can cause issues legally across the board for religion and spirituality. So the only way through this, without all of these complications that you have to navigate of where the source is, where it's coming from, how can you test it to make sure that it's the one you're saying it is, how can you not contribute to destabilizing countries that are impoverished and create cartel issues and border issues, is that take it out completely. It's okay to say no. Okay. You have all the other ones. Say no and take out mescaline. That's what we're asking for, is the amendment for that.
Thank you. That's what I wanted to hear specifically. Thank you. I appreciate that. Any other questions for this panel? Anyone? All right. Thank you so much. You got your point. I got your point, so I appreciate it. Thank you. I'm going to bring up another panel, Renee Chacon, Tomas Lopez. Is that 1, 2? It's the same line. And I have 2 lines, but it's either Gabriella Kutumi or Gabriella, so I don't have it on the same line. Are they here or online? Last one was Gabriella, and then Khutoomi. Okay, don't see anybody. Who do we have? Okay, so we'll go with Renee, if you want to pull her up.
If Tomas Lopez is on the call, please have him go first. He's one of our elders in the space, and that's the way we do it.
I don't think they're here. I think, Renee, you're the only one I have on this panel that's here.
Okay.
So if you just go ahead and introduce yourself, tell us who you represent, and give us your testimony. You have 2 minutes. Thank you.
And all the ones that came before, because we live in the land of the Ute, the Cheyenne, the Arapaho, the Shoshone, the Kiowas, the Comanche, the Apache, the Navajo, the Chicano, 48 tribes that still live and travel through the space. I'm Renee Mular-Chacon. I'm co-founder and executive director of Women from the Mountain, Commerce City Council Woman for Ward 3, and was commissioner on the Environmental Justice Action Task Force for Equity Analysis of Cumulative Impacts. Peyote is not limited, it's endangered. There's absolutely no provisions that understand the forms of cumulative impacts of multi-generational issues in this specifically. There is no equity analysis done with tribal affiliates or tribal sources, especially on the homelands that you reside on, and this can be and will be another stolen resource without it. There is absolutely no form of understanding that this medicine is a living relative, and many of our communities have forms of cultural responsiveness and trauma sensitivity. It was one thing when it was just introduced as mushrooms, but to make such sweeping legislation without understanding that this isn't medicine to our communities, this was a form of healthcare, which just as far as my grandmother's generation weren't even allowed to just give birth in an actual hospital. That is why we have the cultural educators, facilitators, medicine leaders, and those that understand these form of trauma specializations to specifically these forms of medicines down to the molecule and the restorative justice it takes to also live with the biosphere, because yes, I live in Commerce City. Guess where they're going to be putting these industries? That can be another harm to our soil, our land, and our water here because they grow somewhere else. It is a form of also being very predatory when you have this many issues and absolutely no amendments to the fact that our communities have hard-fought access to these medicines already, and these other communities do not and yet have the need to actually come into our communities without equity provisions to cumulative impacts from the biosphere, to understanding even the definition of what is a disproportionately impacted community to even be involved in their legislation. As somebody that has passed several legislations for environmental justice, including SB 1266 and so many others, the least that they could have done was have thorough tribal consultation and a task force of tribal affiliates to introduce this bill before others did to profiteer off of it. That is the concern, and yes, peyote does need to be removed because of so many issues of absolutely no equity frameworks understanding these provisions, and we are demanding that you work with our communities instead of against our communities when we've asked you several times to understand the respect of our health care and our connection to the biosphere. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate your testimony. I think you've done this before because, I mean, you went real quick with everything you represent, so just want to make sure you're on the same position, pulling peyote, pulling mescaline from this bill. Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Are there any questions besides mine? Thank you. I appreciate that. We will go ahead and bring up our next panel. I have Jonathan Treem and Chris Philbin and Allison Wilson and Dr. Jennifer Tippett. They here? Which one do we have? I'm sorry, will you say that again? Liz? I don't have a Liz on this list, so we'll skip that panel.
That would be me.
We have Liz. Well, go ahead. Please state your name and tell us who you represent, and you have 2 minutes.
Okay. Chairperson, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to listen to our point of view. I am related in the same community with Rene Chacon, Putumi, and Gabriela. My name is Lisa Catherine, and I'm representing myself as a citizen and indigenous communities that I belong to. I am here to support the consideration of amending this bill. and also asking that peyote or mescaline is taken out of it, because the legislation of plant medicine was hasty and mostly excluded the voices of the stewards of this medicine. These communities have the responsibility of caring for nature in sustainable ways, not owning and profiting from natural medicines. This bill commands the indigenous community to confront the impact of colonization and exploitation of sacred medicines. This time in the name of mental health and trying to undo all the self-inflicted suffering caused by our way of being. And by what I mean is not having gun control, bringing weapons of war in this place, and continue to traumatize people. I won't deny that plant medicine can help people in healing trauma, in sacred ceremonies, but most importantly in integration. However, this plant medicine is not the panacea that some people with hunger for profit make it to be. This medicine can also am I going to talk?
No, go ahead. I had my mic on. I'm trying to go through the list.
Okay. This medicine can help those who suffer be open to confronting their core beliefs to begin an intense therapeutic process, but integration after the experience is a critical must that is not acknowledged in this bill. Plant medicine is not the fix-all pill that certain parts of society are working so hard to promote. We must look at the root of the ailments we seek to fix and realize that they require introspection and work, not just the substance. Plant medicine is a tool to access the psyche, not to cure it from our habitual way of life of creating problems mindlessly and passing the bill to someone else to resolve them. I advocate for the inclusion of input from indigenous community with generational experience to not only safeguard this medicine, but also create guardrails to mitigate the theft, misappropriation, and industrialization of our natural resources. The framework proposed at this moment is single-minded and will potentially create a lack of accessibility for the ones who need it the most. Steading and aftercare are one of the most important aspects of processing plant medicine, and this bill only looks at consumption in a capitalistic way. The state must consider experiential competency in a mindful and non-harmful way from indigenous communities. We all know how expensive healthcare is, let alone specialized treatment, and how inaccessible it is to marginalized suffering communities, including veterans. Monetizing our sacred medicine will only strengthen the access for the affluent and the corporations, leaving those in need behind once again. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, and I apologize. I had my mic on there trying to find the other people who we had listed as testimony, but I appreciate your arguments there at the end. Is there any questions for this witness? Thank you. Thank you very much. I think you reinforced a lot of the things that were already said, so I appreciate that.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to try to bring up another panel here. I have Don Reinfeld, Mayor Sharon Thompson, Kevin Fancodi, sorry about that, Kevin, Dr. Shannon Hughes, Dr. Dana Lehrman, Philip Wolf, and Megan Richmond. And we'll see how many we have online. While we're looking and trying to fill the other ones online, we'll start here. I think, Don, will you go ahead and introduce yourself and state who you represent, and you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Vice Chairman Kolker and the rest of the committee for the opportunity to address you today. My name is Dawn Reinfeld, and I'm the Executive Director of Blue Rising. We are here in the amend position for Senate Bill 23290. Blue Rising focuses our efforts on issues that pose significant risk to young people across Colorado, limiting opportunities and cutting lives short. That is why we are incredibly concerned about this issue. Prop 122 purported to be about licensed regulated healing centers, but by far the most significant element of the measure is the complete and unregulated legalization of personal use with almost no controls on transfer and sharing for 5 psychedelic drugs. It also facilitates a shadow market on drugs that have had little to no research to prove that they are medicinal or safe. None of the advertising acknowledged the other drugs that this measure included, and that anyone could possibly set up a website, call themselves a healer, and administer or share these powerful psychedelics. We believe the unregulated portions of this measure will prey on our most vulnerable in Colorado, those struggling with addiction, mental health issues, trauma, and our youth. Because of this, we would like to see a robust education campaign on the harms and warnings, toxicology on suicides, and hospital tracking data. We would also like to prevent the healing centers and the unregulated healers and guides from making medical health or wellness claims. We need our policies surrounding medicines to be actually grounded in science and peer-reviewed research. A couple of small studies should not be the reason we unleash unregulated and powerful drugs as a false panacea for our state's mental health and addiction crisis. We would also like to see limits on personal possession so that we can prevent Colorado from becoming a leading state in the trafficking of psychedelics to the rest of the country. We share the Municipal League's concern with the operation of regulated and unregulated healing centers in residential neighborhoods. If this measure is truly about medicine, then we should also prohibit the manipulation and development of concentrates. I'd like to thank President Fenberg and his team for their efforts to put guardrails on this reckless ballot measure, and such as removing ibogaine from personal use and creating penalties for distributing to kids. We think the penalties don't go far enough. We need to prevent this out-of-state funded ballot measure from wreaking havoc on our state. Given the huge unregulated aspects of this measure, we need as many guardrails in place as possible to reduce the inevitable damage. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on. If you'd introduce yourself, tell us who you represent, and you have 2 minutes. Oh, you're going to have to hit the microphone, right? There you go. You'll see it right in front by the arrows where the cord is.
Got it.
There you go.
Hi. My name is Megan Richmond. I am the co-founder of Denver Heart Quarters, a nonprofit here in Colorado. We are responsible and excited to help offer and facilitate services that can help with the harm reduction services of the psychedelic medicines. I've also co-founded a sacrament-based church. And with that being said, I want to speak on the science and the spirituality of these medicines. It's important that we see them as both. And I really feel that it's really, really important to also think about what we're doing before and after these medicines, and to be able to offer support. And to be able to offer support for people that need these medicines, we're really going to have an exchange. And I really hope that you guys can reconsider that. There will be harm without harm reduction, and no people to offer it. Please see yourself in our shoes and act as someone that facilitates harm reduction as yourself as a senator, and be responsible for the people that need the help in understanding how to utilize these medicines, how to hold them as sacred, and how to also utilize them for what science is now uncovering. We really need help doing that. We need your help. We need your acknowledgement as People's Initiative bill. We really put a lot of work into this bill, and we really hope that you can take our advice and sit with us and understand the messages that we are delivering today. And yes, please just reconsider some of these amendments that you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you. We may have some questions or follow-up. Go ahead and introduce yourself. Tell us your name and who you represent, and you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Philip Wolf, and I'm representing myself today. And, given that this isn't just some linear implementation of a bill, it's very multidimensional. And so understanding everything that I'm hearing today, I just want to pray. I want to pray for everyone and where everyone's coming from, and that we hope that everything is getting right with how this unfolds within our society. And Senator Finberg, we're very grateful for you right now. There's a lot of eyes on this whole situation. And, with that understanding of how important this is to so many people's way of life, for me, it's an important spiritual way for myself. And this comes after watching my mother take her last breath in this world. I've seen my father take his last breath in the world. I watched the other most important man in my life take his last breath in the world. And so being at a suicidal state brought me into an understanding that I feel like these plant medicines saved my life. And why I understand the mental capacity of how this actually helped me. The reason it saved my life is because of the connection to spirit in myself that I was able to see. I don't refer to these as psychedelics, I refer to them as entheogens. And understanding that, I got to see the beauty of all life on earth, and it actually got me better connected to the brilliance that we have with all life on earth. And these plants are relational. And so within that, I want to bring to the importance of supporting and speaking in favor of the new amendments that I heard today, and want to understand those a little bit more. But I wasn't able to come through as therapist and be able to do this. What I was able to come through was community and being able to do this. And those services that supported me in my container that I was in was beyond someone who's serving medicine. There are musicians, there are yoga teachers, there are breath workers. And as the last lady said on Zoom, this medicine isn't what was the cure-all. It was the work that I was able to do afterwards. And it was the work that I was able to do personally following these experiences that allowed me to become the man I am today and have the connection that I feel like I have with God. And that is something that is so important. And it's something I continue to tend to. And it's taught me how to pray. And so with that understanding of teaching me how to pray and how I use these medicines, I just really want to pray for everyone in this room and, you know, all of the multiple different types of opinions that are unfolding right here today, because they should all be honored. You know, every single person who's sharing their opinions today should be honored, and we pray for them. And regardless of any sort of disagreements, you know, I'm happy that there was conversation about bringing up the voiceless, because as I saw this as a yes and a no thing, there's an understanding that there's a voiceless that's not being heard, and so that really needs to be as honored as well. So thank you so much for hearing my testimony today. Thank you all so much for sitting here and holding space.
You bet. Thank you. And again, we may have some questions for you. We have two online. I'm going to put my glasses back on. Sharon Thompson, Mayor Sharon Thompson, if you'd unmute, put your camera on and state your name and who you represent, and you have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sharon Thompson. I'm mayor of the City of Fountain. Although the City of Fountain has not taken a formal position on this yet, we haven't registered it with our lobbyists. This does fall within our legislative priorities for local control. I just really would like to encourage you to let local control have some determination on where we can operate in the community and how that we as a community can decide that. This is very, very important for us, our citizens, to be able to decide what they want. I have serious concerns about how this interacts with the 213 bill, if these can be in residential areas, and how that could affect the communities as a whole. So thank you. Just please, local control that should be allowed and prohibited, such as we have in statutory provisions in Amendment 64. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor Thompson. We appreciate you being here. Next is Kevin. Kevin, I butchered your last name there, so go ahead and state your name, who you represent, and you have 2 minutes.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to submit testimony today. My name is Kevin Franciotti. I am representing myself. I'm a beneficiary of healing from one of the natural medicines liberated from the unscientific and draconian shackles of the failed war on drugs, ibogaine, which was decriminalized by the will of Colorado voters through Prop 122, successfully ended my addiction to heroin and fentanyl in 2011. In order to receive this treatment, I had to fly out of the country so that I would be able to have sufficient medical care and supervision at a clinic. This clinic operated in an unregulated context in Mexico, despite being considered illegally tolerated by that country's government. Despite the lack of regulations overseeing this clinic's treatment protocols, I received substantial medical preparation and examination, round-the-clock monitoring throughout my detox treatment, and an impeccable quality of service and hospitality. Speaking both from lived experience as well as my professional function as a mental health and addiction psychotherapist, I am concerned with some of the substantial departures contained in SB 23290 from the spirit of Prop 122. I'm sympathetic to the task of the state judiciary attempting to honor the will of Colorado voters while also pragmatically applying natural medicine regulation and legalization. It is the recriminalization aspects and the risk of overregulation that are foremost among my concerns. Although I'm encouraged by SB 23-290's potential to expedite Ibogaine ability to become a regulated natural medicine available in Colorado, the current reality of personal use protections can remain intact without a risk to public safety. However, certain aspects of the bill present challenges to this success. Specifically, the removal of remuneration under the personal use provisions of the Natural Medicine Health Act would make it extremely difficult for community healing models that do receive legal protections to utilize Ibogaine in the safest possible manner. Additionally, the bill removed language protecting use by people on probation and parole. It has been both my personal and professional experience that individuals with substance use disorders are often involved in the criminal justice system. This involvement consistently and reliably functions as a barrier to legitimate care and even community support. It is my understanding that Colorado's regulatory experience with cannabis provided an outline to work off in drafting this bill. Natural medicines, including Ibogaine, are not like cannabis. We need to be more flexible even than we've been with cannabis, since the absence of a commercial market provides greater opportunity for this flexibility. I'd be honored to follow up with any questions or an opportunity to meet with committee members privately to further elaborate on my perspective, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Fanciotti. I appreciate it. Do we have any questions for this panel from right now? I just want to say it's a difference. This bill is bringing out amendment from different perspectives. You know, the amendment, it's going too far, not going far enough on those perspectives. I thank you for what you said about how it's more than just the medicine. You know, if you're using this, it's not a recreational. It's something that takes that all around community. It takes a lot more follow-up. So I appreciate that. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I can speak to that more. You know, we all have different body, minds, and souls, right? Every one of us is different, and so there's such a unique way in which we need our own personal care. And so within this, to pigeonhole something into a specifically a therapeutic model is not going to be able to serve everybody, right? And so that's the important part of allowing for remuneration for services. When I went into,
I want to ask you some questions, a couple questions. And the people that you talked about, I think what we're trying to do and what I'm hearing from so many different people is trying to find a way to license those that are here to help. But you didn't seem like, you know, maybe had people that licensed. Ms. Dawn Redfield, what is your take on the licensing portion? Are you for that for the healing centers, or completely amend or opposed?
I don't think there's enough science that supported any of this to happen as quickly as it did, but I think the regulated market is a much safer way to go to keep these drugs out of the hands of kids. And also there's regulations already in the legislation that would require questions on mental health and a thorough look at the person who's coming in. From what I have learned too is that psychedelics are a mood multiplier. So if you, like some of the parents who spoke whose kids died, if you go into it depressed or struggling, if you're not in a guided situation and being watched over in a way that we know is going to be regulated and licensed, there's a lot more danger to the participant, especially if these are easily attainable by youth, which we already have enough trouble keeping cannabis products that are regulated out of the hands of kids. So this is only going to be much worse because right now it's unlimited. and there's no framework in place. And so we are much more concerned with the unregulated side, which was also truly hidden from the voters, and people did not know, and it was not advertised that there was this giant side. All the advertisements, every single one of them, focused on strict regulations and licensed healing centers. All of this was in the shadows.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to have to let this panel go. We've got 2 more pages of testimony to go through. So I appreciate everyone. I appreciate what you've stated. Give us a lot more to think about. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator.
I'm going to bring up David Nadelson, Ashley Troxel, Jimmy, your last name, SMRZ, Smers, Jason Lopez, 1, 2, 3, 4, and I think we can get 5 up here, Shauna Guheen. Everyone is in person. All right, I'm going to be a little bit better about sticking to the 2 minutes. So, David, if you go first, since you're at the top of my list, please introduce yourself, and you have 2 minutes.
Which one?
The one right there. There you go.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is David Nadelson. I'm a volunteer lobbyist and resident of Boulder. I was here today to oppose the bill as written because of restriction to personal use, as well as okay.
Move your microphone forward. There you go.
So my name is David Nadelson. I'm a volunteer lobbyist and a resident of Boulder. I was here today to oppose the bill as written and request certain amendments, particularly around personal use. But some of the discussions that we've heard today may make that moot. My primary interest at this point coming in was respecting the rights of the voters of Colorado, the rights that we regained through 122. However, I do want to say that so much of what we heard tonight about harm reduction, about education, resonates. Those are absolutely important parts, and even as someone who strongly advocates for personal use, I would and will prioritize all of those things because that's important. Education at every level will be key to what we are trying to accomplish here. I'm going to have so my original prepared remarks are not relevant anymore. Regarding education and awareness, there are 2 sides of this that we're seeing right here, even with the people who are both speaking and listening. In some areas, there is too much it goes too far, such as, for example, concerns about criminality, which have never been part of the society. We have 3 years of legalization in Denver, and criminality has not been an aspect of it. And yet we don't go far enough in terms of education, harm reduction, and real risks to health for certain individuals. And so balancing that education is going to be, the education and the awareness is going to be an important part of the successful implementation, not just this year, but for all the years to come. Thank you for your time, and I'll be available if you need me.
Appreciate that. Ashley Troxel, go ahead, state your name, and you have 2 minutes.
Mr. Chair Kolker, members of the committee, thank you for this opportunity to present. My name is Ashley Troxel. I am a resident of Denver, and I am representing myself. I am here to oppose this bill because, as written, and I am excited to see those amendments, it violates the spirit of Proposition 122 and harms Coloradans. I am a psychedelic educator, coach, and guide with a Master's of Science in Teaching and Learning from Colorado State University. I help people in my community safely and effectively use psilocybin mushrooms. I used to teach English in local public schools, but I quit due to stress and chronic illness. Psilocybin mushrooms help me heal and find my calling. Proposition 122, passed by the voters of Colorado, is law, and I oppose this bill because it would take away my right to educate and guide others. I use psilocybin to improve my health and happiness and help others do the same. Psilocybin mushrooms are very safe. They have the highest safety profile of any psychedelic substance. They're safer than tobacco, safer than alcohol, cannabis, even Tylenol. One would need to eat at least 2 pounds of psilocybin mushrooms to achieve a lethal overdose, which is impossible. I help mostly marginalized people who need alternative healing options, people like myself who could not afford $3,000 to $4,000 a session, as is estimated in Oregon under the regulatory access model. I wouldn't be able to access those services, and this bill removes the protections in 122 that provided protection for providers of bona fide harm reduction services, bona fide therapy services, and other services to receive payment for their time. We have qualified Coloradans who are ready to emerge. We have people like me and many others who are practicing therapists and medical professionals who will not go on record today for fear of losing their licenses. We are the ones who deserve the opportunity to facilitate healing. This bill is taking away our rights. This bill favors big corporations and wealthy out-of-state investors who want to profit from natural medicine. This bill hurts our communities, and this bill would make me a criminal. Thank you for your time and consideration. I look forward to answering any questions that you have.
Thank you. Jimmy SMRZ. Smurs. I was right. I think I was right. Go ahead and introduce yourself. You have 2 minutes to testify.
Esteemed Chairperson and distinguished members of the State Finance Committee, my name is Jimmy Smurs. I am a 25-year resident of Denver. I am studying nursing to enter this field of psychedelic medicine. My original degree is in finance from Tulane University. I am here representing myself. I am intimately aware of many aspects of the campaign through volunteering for it. I believe the primary objective of the New Approach PAC, now operating as the Healing Advocacy Fund, is to use Colorado as a test site for ibogaine treatment. Ibogaine is a heavy psychedelic that shows great promise with the treatment of opioid addiction. If this advisory board was picked because of their willingness to approve this experimental treatment, the future of Colorado is in danger. I believe that this out-of-state money wishes to use the data so that pharmaceutical companies can expedite the approval process for ibogaine-based drugs currently in development. I have emailed every member of the committee, and Senate President Fenberg has most of this on his Twitter. All of the funding and those who stand to profit from this are not in Colorado. I have a transcript from a meeting at a major medical institution in the state led by the head of the Healing Advocacy Fund, Tasia Pasante, and Sam Barani of Dora, where Tasia stated ibogaine's potential for addiction treatment. The transcript goes into greater detail. I have core requests revealing meetings between New Approach PAC, Healing Advocacy Fund, and the governor's office bi-monthly since November. The last meeting included Senate President Steve Fenberg. The original proposition listed 3 psychedelics for potential inclusion in the medical program starting in 2026: mescaline, DMT, and ibogaine. Curiously, this bill fast-tracks ibogaine for the advisory board consideration. I'm going to assume that's going to happen after next year's election. I have several pieces of reporting showing that the Healing Advocacy Fund is pushing for an invasive data collection bill in Oregon, and I have tracer reports showing that the second largest donor to this campaign is the Center for Voter Information. I also included the 2019 Mind the Gap memo detailing the purpose of that organization. This at a minimum should show the appearance of a conflict of interest for those who wish to gain power and are willing to risk the future of Colorado's future. If I am right, ibogaine will become a magnet for 3 million opioid addicts in this country seeking relief.
Mr. Smurs, can you wrap up, please?
I love this state. But if I am right and ibogaine is this goal, myself and many other Coloradoans will be leaving to make room as many opioid addicts come seeking treatment.
Thank you. And I called up, are you Shauna? Shauna, go ahead. Okay, go ahead, Shauna, go ahead and introduce yourself.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, members of the Finance Committee. My legal name is Shauna Guheen. My birth name is Tiferet Davina Hammond. My name was taken from me when I was taken from my father and mother and placed in foster care. My father is Native, and he and my mother were working with the ancestral medicine called peyote when she was pregnant with me. This is something known to be safe in Native communities. This society considered me a drug baby, and at 9 months old, I was placed with a new family and never saw my birth family again. The sacred medicine I received in the womb never harmed me, but the fear and judgment around it irrevocably altered my life, and I endured years of abuse as a result. It was dictated to me that I could not be part of my tribe, and now I ask that you not dictate how I can receive the sacrament of indigenous people. These are ancestral medicines, and many tribes believe that these medicines are their ancestors, their most highly evolved ancestors that came back to Earth to help humanity and took plant form so they could be here physically in an enduring way. Unfortunately, there's a lack of awareness about the fact that we only know about psilocybin because of the Mazatec people. Their word for it is tonanatio, which means skin of God. This medicine is their way of connecting with God. The traditions around the use of these medicines goes back over 10,000 years and has been passed down through sacred oral tradition. Over 10,000 years of safe use surpasses clinical trials. Indigenous medicine men and women should be the ones issuing the licenses. They deserve to receive whatever compensation they choose when they generously offer their medicine. It needs to be clarified that these are indigenous medicines, and indigenous people have the right to use their ancestral medicines however they choose without fear of persecution. And I say indigenous because the Mazatec are from Mexico, and ibogaine is either synthetic form or derivative of iboga, which comes from Africa. So if we can have other people serving these medicines to people, we really need to have the masters of the medicines be able to come here without persecution to offer these medicines.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Any questions for this panel from the committee? Seeing none, thank you so much for coming. Thank you for taking the time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Call up Taylor, Amason, Mason, Travis Fluke, Ellen Giorantana, and Nicole Forrester, and Matthew Duffy. And they looks like you're all in person. That's 5, so if we can get another chair up, if all 5 are here. We might, the end, you're going to just have to share the microphone at the end. Thank you. We're going to start to my left, the far right of the table. If you state your name, who you represent, and you have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and committee members. My name is Ellen Giratana, and I am the interim legal director at the Colorado Center on Law and Policy, an anti-poverty organization that dedicates advocacy, litigation, and research to topic areas including affordable housing, employment, and access to healthcare and food. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on SB 23290. As relevant to this bill, CCLP worked on, in coalition with many businesses, nonprofits, and other stakeholders last year to help pass Senate Bill 2299, which concerned the sealing of criminal records. We worked hard with Judicial, the District Attorney's Council, and the Defense Bar to harmonize the record sealing provisions in the Colorado Revised Statutes. While I appreciate the effort placed in giving effect to Proposition 122 sealing provisions, I do think that Section 34 of the bill misses the mark. First, Proposition 122 is clear that a petitioner can file a motion to seal records under the Act at no cost, while SB 290 exempts these petitioners from a processing fee with the Colorado Bureau of Investigation. It does not make clear that there should be no fees imposed through the Judicial Department. Second, Proposition 122 also instructed that the courts have no discretion to deny a motion to seal, so long as the conviction is no longer unlawful under the Act. SB 290 ignores that mandate by requiring that the court consider the balancing factors that are outlined later in the statute. Third, there are general provisions found in Section 2472-703 that apply to conviction records in 706, but that should not apply to past convictions that are no longer prohibited by statute, as is the case here. For example, a subsequent conviction should not unseal a record sealed under the Act because such records are more akin to non-conviction records. Because of the timing of this bill, I don't believe there is an actual amendment for your consideration today, but I have been working with the president and I hope to continue the conversation for the sake of harmonizing the record sealing statute with Proposition 122's intentions. For the sake of brevity, I kept my comments high level, but I am available for any questions or clarifications. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Sir, go ahead and introduce yourself. State your name, who you represent, and you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Colker. My name is Taylor Amison. I represent nonprofit interests filling the space of the educational content, which is not funded by the bill or the Finance Committee. I have a couple of contentions. I'll stay within the language of the bill. Recriminalization and disempowering the advisory board's ability to do its job. The regulation on remuneration overreaches on spiritual use and remuneration in the form of church tithing. It suggests that a spiritual ceremony practitioner cannot receive remuneration. For example, may include a bona fide church that offers microdosing and receives tithing per their services. This may be in conflict with the federal protections of the Religious Freedoms and Restorations Act. Further, the bill disempowers DORA's own advisory board. Any limitations on community access, personal use, or co-op cultivation models inherently limits the data that would otherwise emerge to better inform DORA's advisory board. The 2026 dates and the amended definitions, coupled with the limits on community use, will limit the complete data collection that the advisory board is mandated to have. These regulations on non-commercial community use will entrench existing underground practices, limit academic, scientific, police, and health data from reaching DORA over the next 5 years, and hamstring the advisory board's ability for proper recommendations. The enforcement apparatus by voter passage is limited to the sale of plant medicines, and the spirit of the bill is not to empower local police to make decisions about quantity, personal use, or in this case, what constitutes a 12 by 12 foot square cultivation space. This leads invariably to the disproportionate policing of vulnerable communities under the law and is in conflict with the amendment's own intention to avoid unnecessary burdens and criminalizations of traditional and indigenous uses of natural medicine. Putting the onus on landlords to police tenants with levied fines is bad optics in this context as well. Moreover, the bill criminalizes the open display or public consumption of plant medicines on a day that people are smoking a pot across the way. It contains personal use restriction that is highly problematic and contrary to the spirit of personal use. Generally, this recriminalizes what was recriminalized by voters in some subtle ways. It states that a person openly and publicly displays or consumes as an offender. This would include a publicly funded nonprofit or a person on private property that may be in view of the general public. Is kicked over the fence for the sake of precedent to sort out, I feel, can be more directly dealt with in a language perspective.
Thank you, Mr. Amison. I appreciate that. It was a lot of information in the 2 minutes. Go ahead, sir. Just state your name and begin your testimony.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is Travis Tyler Fluck. I'm here as an individual with 29 years of experience working with the psilocybin mushrooms. I led the campaign to decriminalize them here in Denver in 2019, and since then I've remained a frontline activist, educator, community builder, and end-of-life doula. I'm also a casualty of the war on drugs several times over. Today, my main concern with this drafted bill is the overhaul section that would allow for remuneration in exchange for supportive services. I believe it is one of the very best parts of Prop 122 and should be protected, not compromised. There is enough collective wisdom here in Colorado to humbly and competently steward these medicines, and by criminalizing reciprocity, you are once again pushing the activities into the underground, where they have been since the Nixon administration enacted these laws as a political crime against humanity. Recriminalizing these activities would only stimulate more criminal behavior, as we have now seen that people, out of desperation, are willing to break unjust laws in order to receive the healing and relief these medicines offer and help others to do the same. The demand for these services is only increasing as the cultural conversation evolves, and allowing these activities to be lawful and visible will only make them safer and more productive. Unless you do anything about the demand, which is ultimately protected by the inalienable right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, nothing more is accomplished than supporting the notion that the government knows how to regulate our communities better than we do. I did not support Prop 122 because I felt that it appropriated indigenous medicines, exploited the plight of veterans, prioritized industry, and moved entirely too fast. Here we are again, moving fast, making hasty decisions. I propose reinstating the original language around these practices and honor the spirit of personal use, part of Prop 122, and honor the will of the Colorado voters who entrusted you all to do so. Permit reasonable remuneration for ceremonial/community use and add back the language from Prop 122, protecting remuneration for bona fide services.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Welcome. Please introduce yourself and proceed with your testimony.
Hello, thank you everyone for being here with us. My name is Matthew Duffy. I'm co-founder and co-executive director of the Society for Psychedelic Outreach, Reform, and Education, SPORE. So clearly these issues that we're speaking of today are very complex. Not sure what all the solutions are. I just know that the drug war isn't working. More time to consider these complex issues before sweeping regressive prohibitionist amendments are pushed forward in this bill is critical for us to actually work towards community-based solutions and work together, working with state lawmakers and people who have worked closely with medicine for generations and have knowledge and wisdom to help actually create responsible medicine stewardship in our communities. If we don't, countless people are working with the medicines included in this bill to heal and positively transform their lives, and countless more are seeking not just medicine, but knowledgeable support and working with medicine to help heal some of the most troubling social illnesses we're facing as a collective. If we don't ensure people have full legal protections to grow, gather, and gift, and be paid and compensated for services outside of direct sale for medicine, we continue to breed the environment for uninformed communities and undercut education harm reduction and our ability to create responsible community-based medicine stewardship. We need to support communities being able to steward medicine in ways that are culturally relevant and literate, and not force people to have to participate in the regulated access model to safely work with medicine. Without full decriminalization of growing, gathering, and gifting including compensation for medicine support, we disproportionately threaten more marginalized and police communities most impacted by the drug war. This is why maintaining decriminalization as a foundation to build further protections of us is so crucial. Clearly, there are many problems to solve as we open up space to work together to create real community-based solutions that prioritize safety, accountability, education, harm reduction, and community support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your testimony. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Nicole Forrester. I'm a mental health professional and an advocate for the decriminalized personal use of plant medicines. When conventional medicine caused me to become dependent on opiates as a teenager, it was unregulated access to psilocybin mushrooms that cured me of cluster headaches, a severe neurological disorder. 20% of people diagnosed with the disorder attempt suicide due to the severity of symptoms combined with the lack of a medically recognized cure. I'm part of that 20% and would not be alive today if I had not been willing to break the law, trust community healing resources over prescribed opiates, and try psilocybin at the peak of my suffering at age 18. I'm an advocate for personal use because the use of psilocybin by cluster headache and other the use of psilocybin by cluster headache and other medical patients does not fall within the scope of the healing centers designed by Prop 122 or other mental health focused healing models. I worked on the campaign to decriminalize psilocybin in Denver in 2019 and have since organized efforts to decriminalize all plant medicines in Boulder and across Colorado. However, last year I was an outspoken critic of Prop 122 due to widespread community concern over the rush regulatory framework. I'm here today to advocate for the preservation of the personal use section as originally drafted by Prop 122 and urge amendments to all drafted restrictions to personal use. The use of plant medicines and the passing of legislation share something in common, the importance of intention. Before engaging in plant medicine, it's expected to set an intention so that the preceding healing can happen within a preset boundary. Before introducing legislation, it is expected that drafters state their intention so that the legislation is set within defined parameters. Senate President Fenberg has stated that the intention of the bill is to fund the implementation of Prop 122 and has expressed that he intends to honor the spirit of Prop 122 as the voters passed it.
So I urge you to make amendments in order to truly reflect this intention by funding the implementation of Prop 122 without further restricting our individual rights to use these medicines. Denver decriminalized psilocybin in 2019 with no restrictions to personal use, and the advisory board reported that there has since been no risk to public health and safety. I suggest the following amendments. Refrain from introducing any new numeric limits to possession, cultivation, and sharing. Do not restrict from remuneration for facilitators and harm reductionists providing services under the personal use section. Consider ways that allowing the cultivation of non-peyote derived mescaline can address concerns about sustainability. Page 21, line 10 through 17. Consider that it should continue to be the responsibility of the advisory board, not the Senate, to begin the process of recommending the addition of ibogaine. Adding ibogaine to the regulatory framework at this time potentially burdens the advisory board and raises concerns about safety, sustainability, and the furthering of harm to indigenous communities. Remove page 25, lines 21 through 25, as prior felonies, probation, and parole should not prevent licensure. The specific restriction was purposefully left out of Prop 122 due to accessibility concerns from communities who are already disproportionately impacted by discrimination by law enforcement.
If you could please wrap up.
Overall, please exercise caution in passing this bill, especially if it must be done this legislative cycle. With 2 weeks left of the session, any rush is a disrespect to the centuries of communal indigenous use, the people of Colorado and the medicines themselves, and the entire world who is watching how Colorado becomes the first to handle this tremendous responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for your testimony. Are there questions from committee members for this panel of witnesses? We very much appreciate all the information you brought, the ideas for amendments you brought, and thank you for the time that you spent here.
Thank you.
We are going to go back to a panel of folks that are against. So if we can have Kai Crimson, Zach Phillips, David Tennant, and Dylan Sanfilippo. I'm sure I just said your name so wrong, and I apologize. So that's Kai Crimson, Zach Phillips, David Tennant, and Dylan Sanfilippo. And it's 3 folks. So I'll go to, we just had, okay, Nicole was signed up twice. Michael Prado. Great. We have a full panel. You'll each have 2 minutes. We'll go through all your testimony and then open up to questions. Thank you so much for being here. We'll start at this end.
Do I push this button here first?
It's on already.
Testing?
Yep.
My name is Zach Phillips. I'm here representing a couple of organizations, Vet Fuel, Veterans for Ultimate Entheogenic Liberties. It's a collective that I do with veterans. It's just been organically built. I also represent an organization based out of California, Veterans Walk and Talk, where I take veterans on hiking trips and retreats outdoors. That's also plant medicine friendly with education and integration. I'm an honorable veteran of the U.S. Navy. My service includes deployed with Marines, amphibious operations, and Joint Task Force Lebanon establishment. I was injured as first responder to a fire on board the USS Nashville LPD-13 in 2006, leaving me with a severely sprained lower back and that led to other secondary conditions and ailments. Upon my return to the United States from the 2006 deployment, I was greeted back home to my wife having brain cancer and not acting like her normal self. Only a few years later, she lost her fight to brain cancer, leaving myself and our son alone. Because of my injuries, being overprescribed medications, and being mistreated for PTSD by medical professionals, my son was taken away from me, his only living parent. I found myself on this natural medicines journey, moving to Colorado for a better life and a chance at healing myself, not only for me, but for my son, because he needs me to be my best. This venture also led me to meeting my great friend, Dr. Sue Sisley, which is on your Natural Medicines Advisory Board. My journey started with cannabis for chronic pain and stress. Then I had learned therapeutic benefits of other entheogens, such as ayahuasca, combo, psilocybin mushrooms. Along the way to the healing myself, I learned how to help others. So for the past 8 years, I've been growing and gifting cannabis and mushrooms to disabled veterans, while also educating, counseling them, and self-sustainable, responsible use of entheogens. I've also helped facilitate ayahuasca ceremonies with veterans. This has never been for profit. Changing and optimizing lives is the payback I receive. If this Bill 290 passes, it will be doing so much discredit and damage to years of sacrifices, energy, hard work, and my own money. Army Army veteran and best friend Matthew Kell for many years kept me under his wing as he showed me how to truly support our veteran community. He was often here at the Capitol fighting against bills such as this one. Sadly, we lost Matt Kell in a tragic accident over a year ago, and my heart and passion to be here and share his voice is just as strong as you hearing my own voice in this moment.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry for your loss, and thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Hi. My name is David Tennant. Is this on or?
That is not on.
Okay.
There we go. Now it's on.
Hello? Okay. All right. Thank you. My name is David Tennant. I'd just like to share with you today with a bit of history pertaining to how psilocybin mushrooms have made a positive impact on my life. In 2017, I was diagnosed with alcoholic hepatitis and end-stage renal disease, which was brought on by my personal battle with alcoholism. I was given a maximum of 90 days to live and was placed on a list waiting on an emergency transplant. Upon diagnosis, I was placed on 4-hour hemodialysis treatments 4 days per week in order to keep myself alive while waiting on both a new liver and new kidneys. I continued this for 18 months without having any transplants, having beat the odds and becoming what my doctors call a living miracle. I'm alive today. Through this traumatic experience and being told that my days on this earth are limited, I turned to psychedelics to tune into my spiritual beliefs and to combat the reality that I was soon going to die. It was almost as if I was being called to psychedelics as a means to cope with realities of my situation. Psilocybin mushrooms gave me a strong sense of self, of connection, and of peace. This brought out of me a way to deal with underlying emotions that I had kept for the longest time kept suppressed. The use of psychedelics allowed me to process the fact that because of my drinking, I had openly killed myself and all that I wanted to do was live. Psilocybin mushrooms helped me to overcome the PTSD associated with having limited time to live. Psilocybin mushrooms helped me to overcome the trauma of knowing that through my drinking, I had caused my ailments. They helped me to develop a sense of self-awareness and understanding, and they brought me a much-needed sense of peace and love into my life, as well as new spiritual growth and purpose. I'm proud to say that with the assistance of psilocybin, I'm 6 years sober, I'm whole and alive today. Pretty much everything else I wanted to say has been covered, but I am opposed to the overregulation of these natural medicines due to the fact that I believe it will make this medicine inaccessible to the less fortunate or less spoiled, as I like to say, and also the underserved communities. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Tennant. I appreciate your testimony. I have Kai next.
Aloha.
Just introduce yourself and you have 2 minutes.
Sure. Aloha, my name is Kai Crimson and I'm loving for myself. I'm a transgender and 100% disabled veteran of the armed forces. I was diagnosed with PTSD from military sexual trauma while on active duty. I'm here today to voice the urgency and importance of in opposing SB 290 or any legislation attempting to modify, limit, or remove personal usage of natural medicine. As I was being medically discharged at the rate of 60% in 2018, I suffered from lower back pain and neck whiplash from an auto collision, both from my time in the service. I found myself becoming codependent and mentally addicted to medical marijuana just to barely function in the mundane of life. While transitioning out of the service, I was learning to trust and feel safe within myself as I left an emotionally, psychological, toxic, and abusive marriage I felt entrapped in during those 4 years. Since planting roots into 2021, over the course of 2 years, I had the blessing and opportunity to experiment with the healing properties of psilocybin in the comfort of my sanctuary and with friends I call family that are also benefiting from this sacred medicine instead of using dangerous pharmaceuticals. As of January 2022, I was able to quit medical marijuana, no longer homebound from my symptoms of PTSD. This fungi has helped me meet others that are also healing themselves and looking to find community where we can collectively transcend our woundings to become an active part of society again. It is crucial to my progress that I'm able to legally continue obtaining this holistic medicine to microdose daily. As my symptoms decrease, I'm becoming an independent young person, pursuing my passions and simultaneously becoming interdependent in a mycelium network of loving community. I sincerely hope I'm able to count on your support because I'm certain that both you and the rest of Colorado legislature do not intend to dishonor my service to the United States of America and violate my rights under the ADA. Thank you for upholding your integrity and for your valuable time.
Right on time. Thank you, Kai. Thank you for your service and sharing your story. I have, I think, is it Michael?
Yes.
Go ahead, state your name and begin your testimony.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Thank you, members of the committee. My name is Michael Prado, and thank you to everyone here who is testifying in person and virtually. And also thank you, Senator Fenberg, for hearing our voices and making amendments to this bill. I am here to oppose the bill as it's currently written. A large part of this bill is modeled after cannabis regulations, which I understand the reason why that was done, but there are a number of issues that I would like to highlight throughout this bill, which I feel should not be passed in the way it's currently written. As mentioned before, ibogaine and plant medicines like DMT do not grow in Colorado and are usually sourced from outside the country. This is a big shortcoming within SB 290 as it's currently written. And we have already heard about issues with sustainably harvesting these plant medicines and how they are going to be coming into our state potentially from outside the state and even outside the country. Secondly, SB 290 should be amended or redrafted to clarify how Coloradans can source materials necessary to cultivate mescaline cactus, as well as psychoactive mushrooms. The bill needs further clarification as to where seeds, spores, clones of these plant medicines can be sourced and who is allowed to distribute them. In cannabis, for example, seeds or clones contain less than 0.3% THC and are allowed to be sold as hemp products. A similar regulation needs to be done to address this. Lastly, the exclusion of people with felony drug charges from participating in the regulatory market is a mistake we should learn from the rollout of the cannabis legislation. Excluding people with felony drug charges further harms already disproportionately impacted communities. It also encouraged this population to operate in gray and black market activities. It also flies in the face of our constitutional right to be innocent until proven guilty. With that said, I'd like to thank you all once again.
Thank you, Michael. Appreciate that. Any questions? Is that everyone? Okay. Any questions for this panel? Thank you all for coming. Thank you for coming in person and sharing your stories. Thank you. I'm going to call up Seraphim Schwab, Taylor Bratches, Dr. Case Newsom, Dr. Clarice Baumgartner. Okay. Then Anna Cornelius.
She as well provided a written testimony.
Okay. Haley Simmons. Oh. All right, let's start on my left. Go ahead, introduce yourself.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of this committee. It's been a long day. I'm very tired. I'm going to try to put my thoughts together. My name is Seraphim Schwab. I work in the psychedelic space. I'm an honorably discharged veteran who currently works with veterans, getting them access to psychedelic medicine. Part of the unfortunate part of that is I have to fly to Mexico to work with some of these medicines, and we're in a crisis. We're in a fentanyl crisis. We're in a veteran suicide crisis. And it seems like we're in an education gap crisis for what is going on here, because we passed this bill already. These medicines are decriminalized. Like, people are testifying like we need to not decriminalize these. It's already been done. And what we're trying to do is implement this now. Now, the reason I was originally opposing this is because I thought President Fenberg was changing the personal use provisions to restrict people like me, if I'm providing some kind of harm reduction service, to not receive any compensation for my time. And I don't think that is what's happening here. And I would like some clarification on that. And I also was under the understanding that they were trying to remove ibogaine from the personal use provision, which I think would be a terrible idea. The Colorado voters voted for that, right? So we have an obligation here in this building to implement that will of the people and not start changing things before the board even gets an opportunity to start making these standards, regulations, so on and so forth. So I'm a little confused right now because I don't understand the amendments. 99% of this bill, I say, let's get this thing passed, get it into the places it needs to go, so the people that have been in these boards can start doing their work and we get this medicine to the people in a safe manner, in a regulated manner, and with open access to people like me. I used to come down here a lot. I am someone that's benefited from psychedelic medicine, but I used to come down here to get heroin at the park over there. It's been 10 years. And psychedelic medicine, I had to seek it underground, but it helped heal my life. And I want to see that happen more and more here in the state of Colorado, and we got to get this where it's working right. So thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Go ahead, introduce yourself, and you have 2 minutes.
My name is Haley. I just want to take a moment to thank each and every one of you from the bottom of my heart for taking the time to listen to all of our stories. And I want to take the time to acknowledge all the testimonies and stories that have been shared and the lives that have been lost. I want to hold deep reverence to the lineages of the land that we walk on. And again, thank you. I know it takes a lot of courage to share these stories. I'm representing myself and testifying to amend Proposition 122. I've been in the healing arts most of my life. I was fortunate enough to be initiated in Hawaiian lineage beginning at age 7 under the direction of my private mentor and Hanai father, who's a native Hawaiian healer. I've been studying as a certified trauma-informed facilitator training in sacred psychedelic plant medicine and have enrolled in multiple courses, including formal psychedelic therapies program with Psychedelics Today, which incorporates academia from around the world and honors native traditions and working with all of the elements. But what matters most is the reason we're all here today, for the freedom and protection of ceremonial use of sacred plant medicine allies, for the healing and liberation of ourselves as individuals, as our communities, and as our collective. Many of us are aware of the profound healing power of these plant medicine allies. There's countless studies showing these medicines have the power to positively change not only the way we live, but also the way we transition out of this life. We've heard several stories of suicidal veterans, among others, who now have hope that healing is possible. When you look at the statistics, suicide is at an all-time high. More than 2/3 of us have experienced some form of trauma. I myself am a survivor. I would not be here today if it wasn't for psilocybin and DMT, and that's one thing I specifically wanted to suggest an amendment is the ability to be able to use DMT in a sacred manner in sacred containers, as, again, it has not only changed my life, but the life of many others who suffer from CPTSD, depression, anxiety. Again, thank you all for your time and for listening.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing. Go ahead and introduce yourself. You have 2 minutes to testify.
Thank you all for being here. I'm Dr. Case Newsom. I'm an emergency physician, and it's fascinating. We're engaged in a different sort of ceremony today, aren't we? I can't speak as articulately as everybody else for all of their perspectives, but as far as I can tell, there's an anemic amount of healthcare representation here today. And I think one of the challenges is that there's still a 1, 2, maybe even 3-year lag period for professionals that are already well equipped to provide healthcare and other ancillary healing services. They don't have an opportunity necessarily to begin that work anytime soon. And it's at the whims potentially of ever-changing and amending bills. It's at the whims potentially of an advisory panel with, as I understand, insufficient healthcare experience on the panel representing. And so now we have a lag period where there's an immense amount of professionalism that's needing to exercise itself. There's a ton of enterprising that's already starting as we speak in this room and otherwise. There's an enormous pressure for the best case scenario to arrive in the psychedelic emergence. And I feel that with all these interstitial and supporting apparatuses that are already happening, that needs to be as safe and as above ground as possible. Having remuneration for all these ancillary services is essential. We are talking about medicine, we're talking about spirituality, we're talking about sacraments, we're talking about people's freedom to be able to utilize these substances. But the way that we engine people exercising their freedoms is by allowing the transfer of people's value from one to another. This cannot purely be sustainable in a gifting manner when we have all these extraneous and alternative ways of using these substances rather than a healing center complex that we don't even know what it's going to look like. There's so many use cases. These need to be allowed, supported, and brought above ground rather than pressed below, where they're going to continue to have people not using these in a safe manner. We're all here to walk each other home. We need to be able to do that safely so that we're not having children using these underground with insufficient support. I urge you to please consider amending this so we can bring as much of our freedom to use these medicines above ground as possible.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Does the committee have any questions for this panel? President Fenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to respond to some of the questions. I have so many papers sitting here now, I can't find it. The amendment that one of the amendments that I discussed, thanks. I've got it, actually. Now I have more papers. The amendment that I discussed several hours ago is one of the things that it does is that it removes the language that says nothing. Let's see, it's on page, for those following along, it's on page 25 of the bill. And it is page 25, lines 8 through 9. And this is, I think, the section that's probably causing the most confusion. And so that's part of the reason why we're clarifying it. So it says, nothing in this subsection prohibits an individual from performing a bona fide religious, culturally traditional, or spiritual ceremony if the individual does not receive remuneration, informs an individual that they're not licensed, and that the ceremony is not associated with commercial, business, or for-profit activity. So this is under the requirement that you need a license, right, to practice, to be a facilitator. And this part says what you can do without a license, to specify that we're not trying to license religious activity, essentially, is what this is, the purpose of this is, which I don't think anybody wants to get into the business of, nor I think are we allowed to. So this was meant to provide clarification rather than confusion. It may have done the opposite, but at a minimum, what this amendment would do is remove the words "does not receive remuneration." Again, this isn't the section that defines personal use. It is meant to clarify the facilitator license section, but I understand how it's being interpreted for sure. But we will be, through this amendment, if the committee agrees to it, we will be removing the words "does not receive remuneration" as a qualifier. So this section then, if you remove that, essentially is just making it clear that to be part of a bona fide religious activity, you don't need a license. The personal use definition, though, is elsewhere in the bill. And I think that is where it clarifies that that personal use is essentially all the things that were contemplated in Proposition 122, including communal use, including harm reduction, et cetera. I think that language is largely lifted from 122. So that's just to clarify. I don't know if that eases your concerns, but I just want to make sure you at least understand what the amendment is attempting to do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
I'm going to bring up Melanie Rogers, Teresa Schwinghammer, Corey Michaels, and Madison Cartaya. Thank you. All right, we're going to start from my left to right. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
Thank you for having me.
And you have 2 minutes. Go ahead.
My name's Corey Michaels. I'm not in the industry. I'm a healthcare worker. I just wouldn't be alive to speak to you today if it wasn't for this medicine. I developed medical issues in 2015 that impacted every aspect of my life. My life fell apart, and I fell into a deep depression. And like many with chronic depression, I failed to respond to conventionally available treatments like SSRIs and talk therapy. I also struggled with navigating and affording the system. I felt isolated, worthless, and suicide crisis centers did nothing but exacerbate my already stressed financial situation. I tried psilocybin as a last resort. That was 2 years ago. My depression never returned. It works while conventional treatments fail because psychedelics bring about a feeling of universal connectedness in individuals whose depression is rooted in feeling disconnected, whereas conventional treatment is focused on the idea that there's something physically wrong with the individual that needs to be fixed. And this feeling of universal connectedness is also why it's so spiritually significant to so many individuals. It's why studies have found a correlation between the intensity of mystical experiences and the lasting positive psychological effects. It's the same feeling of oneness referenced in Buddhist and Hindu theology, and studies have even found that the same regions of the brain may be active as in deep meditation. When Prohibition made alcohol illegal, we made exceptions for communion wine, and we didn't make it illegal for churches to collect money needed to keep the church running and pay the priest. So let's not do it here. These plants are less risky than alcohol, which is fully legal, and we are Coloradans. We didn't ban backcountry skiing and force everyone inbounds because it's risky. We developed the Colorado Avalanche Information Center to educate the users, educate the public. We didn't ban whitewater kayaking or require a guide. People of Colorado voted for Prop 122 because we realize that we have a mental health crisis and opioid crisis, and these plant medicines are important tools to help resolve these crises, that they save lives and provide a sense of spiritual connection in an increasingly secular world. And many Coloradans rent they wouldn't be able to grow at home, and many of these same individuals would not be able to afford clinical access, much like with ketamine, which can cost hundreds or even thousands of dollars, and often excludes people of color and other marginalized communities, which are underrepresented according to Colorado's official data. So I'm asking you today to vote against advancing this legislation in its current form and to consider some of the amendments that everyone in this room has suggested.
Thank you. Hang out here. May I have some questions for you? Sure. Go ahead. State your name, who you represent, and you have 2 minutes.
Hope. That is what natural plant medicine means to me and so many others, and why I'm here today to stand firmly against SB 290 being passed as written at this time. My name is Madison Gartaya. I'm a Colorado native and a 20-year resident of Jefferson County. I am proud to be here today speaking to the members of this Finance Committee and to my own elected Senator, Chris Kolker. I am here to ask all of you to protect the rights your constituents voted for in passing Prop 122. SB 290 is recriminalization without representation. Ambiguous language was a stated concern by others, and I'm sure more to follow, especially surrounding what would constitute criminal penalties. As exactly quoted by a previous speaker, which needs to be loudly heard, this gives discretionary power to local police, which invariably leads to disproportionate policing of vulnerable BIPOC communities and is in conflict with the amendment's own interest. Though I intended to speak to that, an email will suffice. With my time face-to-face, I'd like to share a portion of my story. An earlier speaker mentioned thousands of people who have been in therapy for a decade or longer and have been on 10-plus medications. That is my story, too. I may not be a veteran, but I am a strong leader in my community. I work full-time with kids with autism, facilitate social groups for adults with disabilities, am a leader of several groups at a local sober space, and am here as an advocate for my community and their needs for equitable and accessible mental health care. Intentional, educated use of this natural plant medicine has healed me beyond the capabilities of slews of therapists, prescriptions, and other desperate efforts to overcome debilitating depression, anxiety, and PTSD. With the help of natural medicine, I find hope after years of hopelessness in our world of catastrophes and a decade of mental health crises. I apply to college and propose an entirely new position at work to better serve the needs of the disabled community. Is that criminal? Prop 122 says no, but SB 290 makes it, among many other things, unclear. Senators, your constituents knew what they voted for when passing Prop 122. The decriminalization of personal use is essential to equitably and accessibly provide counseling, spiritual guidance, beneficial community-based use and healing, and supported use. We intentionally voted for these rights and to protect our most vulnerable communities. We haven't been allowed even half a year to prove that we can use our expertise to heal our community, which may not be able to afford or trust the medical model. Don't pass ambiguous, rushed regulations. I beg you, Chris, to be my voice and uphold the rights and the hope my neighbors and I voted for. Thank you, Senators.
You're welcome. Well said. Thank you. Let's go ahead and we'll see if we have more questions here, but go ahead and introduce yourself. You have 2 minutes.
Mr. Chair and committee. Okay. Thank
Thank you, Mr. Chair and committee, for your time. My name is Teresa Schwinghammer, an Air Force veteran from Colorado Springs. As a daughter of a Filipino immigrant and having been responsible for military drug testing, my views against drugs were cemented. However, when I separated from the military in 2013, my mental health deteriorated, and by 2014, I attempted to end my life. But my world changed when I tried plant medicines. Because of these perspective-shifting substances, I am able to be here alive today and to, I'm here alive today to share my story. These medicines have allowed me to process and accept so many aspects of my life and who I am as a person when traditional means didn't. I could happily say that because of microdosing, I am currently off my antidepressants that gave me brain fog and memory issues. Even though I want this bill to pass, I have a few issues. The issue within the bill that most affects me is the barring of people with felonies from obtaining, licensing, or running a practice. I'm currently working towards this education and licensure to be able to offer plant medicine-based therapy. However, I was prosecuted for facilitating a cannabis church, providing the community with a safe place to procure and use cannabis. Unfortunately, without my knowledge, the man who invested in us was selling large quantities of other drugs separately. These activities led to our church being raided and us being arrested. Despite cutting ties with the investor and full cooperation with the law enforcement, it resulted in the sole proprietor, my Caucasian husband, charges were dropped after 2 years of probation and fines. And I, the woman of color who only worked there, served 3 years of probation, bigger fines. Had it dropped to misdemeanor, but I still have a conviction felony in my record, which even banned me from permanently, even as a disabled veteran, from entering Fort Carson when I had to accompany a friend who needed surgery. Unfortunately, all charges against the investor were dropped. Many people's felonies are a result of America's failed war on drugs, systematic corruption, racial injustice, and victimization of the disenfranchised. Drug policy in America is guided by feelings and money rather than science and facts. While starting to change our drug policies, I would implore you to consider that preventing people from participating in a newer, better system because they were victimized by the older, worse system makes very little sense. Seeing as many of us are victims of the very drug policy we are discussing today, we deserve a chance to be a part of this new path forward. I also believe that these medicines should be honored and respected. They hold sacred spots within different indigenous peoples who hold a very deep connection to. Therefore, they should be heavily involved in the process and deserve a fair and equitable opportunity to access it. Please listen to people's stories, consider our concerns, educate yourselves, and not rush to pass this bill, and come up with a better draft that reflects what the community voted for in a safe and more equitable manner. Once again, I'm grateful to be part of this process today.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony and sharing your story, and thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Go ahead, if you'd state your name. You have 2 minutes to testify.
Is this on? Okay.
Yes, go ahead, pull it closer to you. It'd probably be best. You can, it moves. Yep.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, members of the committee. My name is Melanie Rose Rogers. I'm a community organizer. I'm also the co-founder of Expunge Colorado, and I work with formerly incarcerated folks in record sealing and expungement. I'm here today to just voice some deep concerns and also invite you all to really understand and be educated. I was also a critic of Proposition 122, and I also voted against it. I've sat in the chambers in the past with many in front of you to pass laws for cannabis patients' rights and also voicing concerns for social equity. I believe that 54% of Coloradans voted yes. I also want to just take a pause for a second. The counties that you all represent, Denver, Boulder, about over 800,000 people voted yes. And this is something that's never been done before. So I really want to just voice the time frame and the pace. It's something that we talk amongst ourselves in our stakeholder groups and also in the Natural Medicine Advisory Board. And so that's something that I definitely want to echo. I also want to echo the, Ryan Wilson and the indigenous voices that, about their inclusion and consultation. And Mr. Chair, when you talked about what we can do going forward, it's really also educating, right? And so I provided a packet to the Sergeant of Arms, an educational packet that you can view all the 5 compounds that we decriminalize within personal use. And I really took an indigenous approach to, context so you understand that, as I'm sure, I don't know what your knowledge level is today. And so I invite you, and there's even a QR code on some of the packets with that education. And I think that's one way of how we can really move forward, is to educate ourselves on that. And then as far as like some other things that we've heard, as the voters didn't know what they wanted, I also included the Legislative Council, what was in the Blue Book. And very clearly in the Blue Book, it stated, we decriminalize these 5 substances without criminal penalties. It talked about civil and criminal immunity. And so therefore, I think that anything that has to do with, introducing criminalities needs to be striked. So that's a big it, and I know my time is up. And so please review the packet that I've provided, and I'll follow up with an email. And really, thank you so much for even allowing us to testify.
No, thank you for being here. Thank you for everyone for sharing. I'll have some comments at the end, because I think I could say something to everybody all the time. I'll do that when we summarize. But if you listen, hopefully you'll hear some things that will help me understand, that you've said that will help me understand. So appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, let's go ahead.
Sorry.
President Fember.
That's fine. I apologize. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to respond to one thing, and I was quickly digging through statute to make sure I wasn't speaking incorrectly, but I confirmed it also. I just want to clarify, the bill does not prohibit someone with a felony record from getting a license. I totally understand how that is maybe how it reads. But I just want to clarify my understanding, and we can get clarification at the end if we need to, is that it provides discretion to the director. So if someone is convicted of a felony and it is related to the service they have a license for, the director has discretion to not give that person a license. And this is for consumer protection purposes. For instance, if somebody is convicted of sexual assault and they have a felony, there's probably a legitimate reason why the director may wonder if it's appropriate to give that person a license to facilitate somebody under this section when somebody could be in a vulnerable position. It doesn't prohibit it. It just is like a discretionary thing that the director can consider when revoking or providing a license. So I think in this case, and we probably could provide some language to clarify this, I don't think anybody would be prohibited from having a license if they have like a simple drug offense from the past, or maybe if they were doing, like, depending on the crime, right? But there's discretion, and I think it's appropriate for there to be discretion because people could be in a vulnerable position, and it's something that we don't want to just automatically say, you're not allowed to consider whether someone has a felony record, because it could be violent crime or something that actually created, victims. So that's the thinking behind that. We're happy to get more clarification or clarified in the bill, but I just want to be clear that the bill definitely doesn't prohibit someone with a felony record from obtaining a license in the state for these types of licenses.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Appreciate the clarification for everyone here too, and that we put these things, the flexibility into this law. So thank you so much for your time.
Okay. Thank you.
So I'm going to call up 5 people here in person, because then it's remote on this section after that. Lucia Turpak, Gabriel, Tristan Gorman, Susan Anzalone, and Courtney Mathis. Sorry about that, Gabriel. Just you two?
Appears so.
Courtney? You 3. Tristan's gone? Okay. All right. So let's go ahead, start from my left to right. Introduce yourself. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and for the committee for allowing me to testify. My name is Gabriel DeRita. I'm a resident of Boulder, and I am representing myself. I really appreciate all the work that's been done to clarify Prop 122. I thought the bill as written was insufficient and vague, and I appreciate all the work this committee has done to take the necessary steps to clarify what's needed for the state of Colorado to make this effective. My primary concerns are around over-medicalizing a process that has so much more potential to serve Coloradans and all of humanity. My background is in harm reduction. I've been working with these medicines myself for almost 20 years, and I've been working with some of the leading harm reduction groups in the United States for 10 years. I also work in integration coaching, helping people with non-medical situations to access these medicines primarily for the betterment of well people. So we've heard from a lot of people today about religious use and healing trauma, and we haven't heard a lot about people who are accessing these as healthy individuals who are interested in their own spiritual and personal growth and connection with community and nature. And this is a large part of what I think the intent of the law was designed to do, and some of the changes to the bill that would criminalize activities that aren't licensed in state medical facilities is primarily my concern. And when this bill goes back to committee, probably to be rewritten again, I'd love to have more attention paid to the nuance of like what happens outside of these state facilities. So, for example, rural Coloradans or disabled Coloradans who wouldn't be able to travel to a state facility, could they have a facilitator come to their home? What would the license for that facilitator need to be? Do those people need to have an extreme medical condition in order to qualify for access to this? And as a harm reduction specialist, would I be penalized maybe for educating some of the children of those parents who shared their tragedies with us earlier? That's my concern with the compensation piece that removes remuneration. Like if I was providing any services for integration or for education around preparation, I could be penalized for seeking compensation for that. And I think that's a big mistake in the law as written. And thank you for hearing my testimony.
Thank you. Thank you for testifying. Well, I said we'll just go to our left. Go ahead. Tell me your name and you can begin your testimony.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Dr. Susan Anzalone. I'm a board-certified neurologist in private practice in Denver. I treat patients with multiple sclerosis, and many of my patients do suffer from comorbid conditions of depression, anxiety, PTSD. So I'm here for myself, for my colleagues and my patients, mostly to speak on the personal use portion of this, as I do want to preserve the personal use rights that were granted with Prop 122. I was part of the efforts with Initiative 61 to decriminalize plant medicine, and I do think that it is our sovereign right as citizens of the United States to be able to grow, use, and share these medicines. One of the things I wanted to focus on was that I think community is greatly missing in our current society, and I notice it in my patient population. Not only are they suffering from depression, but they're suffering from isolation, and I think preserving community use is really important, and allowing for the people that have been part of this community for years and decades in the so-called underground, who have a lot of experience, that we and the indigenous community, that we honor that and we allow for either barter or trade or some sort of remuneration for supportive services. Otherwise, what I'm afraid of is that people will only have the option of going to these regulated healing centers or doing it alone. And I think doing it alone is not nearly as beneficial as doing it in community. So that was one of the main things that I wanted to get across. And also, you know, I'm educating myself as much as I can because I'm getting a lot of questions from my patients on safe use of these substances. So guiding them on, are you on an SSRI? You know, what is the proper dosing? How do you come off your meds? And I think educating physicians and educating everybody, including the end user, is going to be extremely important. So thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing that up. Go ahead. I've just always looked down and see if I have your name, but I don't have it in my hand. Please introduce yourself, and you have 2 minutes.
Did I turn that on? Did I turn it on now? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Courtney Mathis. I am the founder and CEO of Cannabis Doing Good and Cannabis Impact Fund, and the current board chair of SPORE, a local psychedelic organization. Just for everyone here, I'm going to refer to the unregulated market as the legacy market, as the black market is largely regarded as racist rhetoric, just as a pace setting. So prohibition does not reduce harms of natural medicines, just as abstinence does not work to prevent unwanted pregnancy and disease. I want to share 3 points with you today related to community use and personal use. Community use should be protected at all costs as both a justice issue and a community health issue. Community models most benefit people and families who look nothing like me. This includes allowing non-licensed facilitators and sitters to receive remuneration for their time. County-by-county bans should absolutely not be considered, as it will almost certainly impact our most vulnerable community members in need of natural medicine access. And rather than creating more restrictions around community use, we should instead consider incentivizing the regulated licensing program to create accessible and affordable pathways for legacy market practitioners to enter should they desire, while continuing to allow community models to exist. Cannabis today is a white-dominated industry because of provisions that eliminated legacy market participation. Let's not make the same mistakes. Protecting community use is a justice issue, not only a personal or spiritual one. Upholding community use fosters the wisdom offered by the legacy market. Upholding community use protects access, protects medicine keepers, and limits the penalization of our most vulnerable communities. Decriminalization is one of the most radical stands for justice we can make in our lifetimes. So I'm grateful for the bill's approach to support a decriminalized community-based healing model. You likely do not see black folks in the room today because they do not feel safe. I would never advocate for medicines that have historically been used to incarcerate them. I applaud decrim efforts and hope to continue to see amendments to the bill that protect the legacy market while allowing for entry into the regulated market. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Appreciate it. Appreciate everyone coming in. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to call up Katie Peterson, Pamela Peters, and then I have remote. We're going to do 3 remote if we can get those. Dante Liberato, Anthony Caballero, and Sean McAllister. See if we can get those up. But while we're getting the online up, go ahead and introduce yourself. You have 2 minutes to testify.
Hi, my name is Katie Peterson. I am a resident of Jefferson County, and I'm deeply grateful for the opportunity to be here. If it wasn't for a lot of these sacred plant medicines, I would not be sitting here today, like many of your constituents. I just wanted to express my gratitude for everybody's story in here today and all of the unique perspectives that were presented. They definitely helped shift my perspective on some of the things that were gone over today. And I hope that we can take more time to address some of the issues that were presented here as well. I'm big on the personal use because that's what I use it for, obviously. And really just thank you very much for hearing all of us today.
Thank you.
I appreciate you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. We'll go online to Dante.
Hello.
Go ahead, Dante, if you can turn your video on. Introduce yourself, and you have 2 minutes. Thank you.
All right. I am Dante Liberato. I am representing myself. I live down here in Manitou Springs, Colorado. And I know that there's been a lot of discussions around a lot of stories today around the psychosomatics and spiritual benefits, things that ways that we are benefited by these medicines in terms of our psyche and ways that perceptions can be altered. And I am here to just share a piece of my story, which is how these medicines helped my body and helped my healing process. A few years ago, I broke my spine and broke my shoulder in a few places, had to have multiple surgeries in multiple parts of my body. Is a pretty big impact. And for a long time, I had a really, really hard time just finding basic ranges of motion, going through workouts or basic routines, daily routines, going for walks, and not finding a lot of pain and apprehension in my body. And that apprehension is the biggest part that I want to touch on, is the physical pain that I was feeling in my body, and then going through therapeutic or psychedelic assisted therapy sessions, and the healing that I felt in my physical body is what I'm hoping to express and share today. I am now able to do everything that I've ever wanted to: hike, run, jump, climb. Was told by many doctors that I needed all the screws and pins in my spine that I have, and that I would not be able to walk, run, jump, do the things that I'm able to do now. And I was really, really in a hard place until I was able to find this medicine and have access to it. And it changed my life in a way that I did not imagine it ever could. I just felt called to share that story today. Really appreciate everybody taking the time to listen to everybody's testimony. And thank you.
Thank you, Dante. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for being patient and waiting. Anthony, I have you online. If you would turn your video on, state your name, and you have 2 minutes.
Hello, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Anthony Cavallero. I'm member of Colorado Springs here. Just want to share that a lot has been said. The main issue that I'd like to address is the remediation as well. But other than that, I think mostly a lot of people have covered it. I just want to thank the chair for, reminding people that this was a resolution passed by the people. As I see more community leaders, DAs, mayors asking for control, I just ask that you hold steadfast and, just follow the voters' will and don't do anything there. But that's all I want to say. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Anthony. Thank you for your patience also and testifying. Any questions? Thank you. Again, thank you for coming up, Katie. Next, we'll go to Allison Wilson, Jared Pecci, and Henry Ansbacher. I think I have 2 remote, 1 in person. Is Jared here? All right. Pecci, that's a name from my hometown. You betchy, Ted Pecci is what we always said growing up.
Yeah.
Go ahead and introduce yourself, and you have 2 minutes.
Absolutely. My name is Jared Pecci. I actually used to work here at the Capitol for a good 2 or 3 years. Pretty familiar with how all this kind of works. Currently, I'm making a documentary about the whole process that's gone on with the decriminalization. And I guess what I'm here to say is there's so many views, but all of them are really important to hear. And education, in my opinion, which is a huge reason I'm making this piece, is kind of the thing that is going to, I think, make or break how legislators and how lay people will come to this and ultimately, choose to partake or not partake or this, that, and the other. I mean, it really comes down to, listening and just making it known that, hey, this is something that has helped people, and, it might not help everybody, it might hurt some people, but, ultimately we should have the choice, and the people of Colorado have spoken with Initiative 122. I don't have any opinions really either way, but having held space for a lot of these people, it's really something that has really changed and transformed my life, just listening to people for and against the whole spectrum. I've seen it, I've heard it, and it's fascinating, and we are doing some amazing things here in Colorado. So I just want to acknowledge the legislators that are taking this issue on and doing their best to understand everything and make the will of the people known. Yep.
Thank you, Jared. And is Henry here online? Henry, do you have any things? I have you down for questions only, but is there anything that you wanted to state? Identify yourself.
Hi, my name's Henry Ansbacher, and I do want to say that I'm just I kind of feel like I'm a first-time caller. I'm a long-time citizen here in Colorado, in Denver, and I've just been very impressed with this process, and I really appreciate how transparent and how accessible you all have made this. So I have a background as a filmmaker and as a mental health therapist, and I'm very excited about the change in the law and the steps that the legislature is taking with this bill. I think many of the perspectives brought up today were very eye-opening for me. My particular question was about really the feasibility of running a program like this where the substances and the medicine can't be sold. It just seemed to me like that was a very a difficult premise to the law, that we value these substances and these compounds and these medicines, but yet somehow it's prohibited from buying or selling them. And it seems like it makes it very difficult to run an operation or an organization to benefit folks that need this kind of therapy, and yet we can't. It's hard to distribute or imagine how something like this could be distributed. So that was my kind of fundamental question.
Thank you. Thank you. Hopefully we'll be able to answer some of those questions as we get further in this process.
Yeah. Well, thank you for such an open process. I'm really very impressed with that, and I've appreciated being a part of it.
Great. Thank you very much. I think we're almost done. We're getting to the end here. Do we have any questions for, we don't have any, I guess we don't have any questions, Jared. Thank you so much. Yep, at the very end. All right, I am at Sarit Hashkas, Dr. Andrew Van Dyke, Autumn Brooks, Bareen Majeska. Do we have those online? All of them?
We're just waiting. Yeah.
So if you want to bring up Autumn Brooks, we'll start there. Autumn, if you could introduce yourself, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, committee, for the opportunity to speak in opposition to Senate Bill 290. I'm Autumn Brooks, a concerned citizen of Colorado. As written, I'm against the bill because it appears appropriate stakeholding was not done. Where are the patients in this bill and for the continued conversation, let alone the drafting? Where are or were the appropriate agencies of Denver in this conversation of drafting this bill, as they are directly impacted, and are there any representatives here now? How many people do you think walk through the doors of the Gold Dome that microdose before and maintain it while in there? I'm guessing you didn't even realize this happened at all. I'm guessing you don't suspect a single person around you of utilizing psychedelics, and why should they have to disclose that? Nor should anyone under the dome determine dosing of any patient. Chances are you work with somebody who utilizes psychedelics every day and don't know it. It's time to rethink our perceptions on the subject. Look around the room itself, in the halls, in the common public and employee areas, that tea, that vitamin, that smoothie, those gummies, etc., which someone might be actually actively consuming. How do you know that it isn't a method of natural medicine consumption? Are we to ban the legal products because it could potentially contain natural medicine as well? Or maybe we just cite these people for their homemade dressing that they brought and poured because it might contain infused products. Otherwise, we test. I also want to emphasize, as others may have in testimony, the fact that funding is not completely designated in purpose or for this purpose or carried over. I humbly request we go back to the drawing board and get this right. Please vote no on SB 2090.
Thank you, Ms. Brooks. Appreciate your time. Do we have Dr. Van Dyke? Go ahead and bring up Dr. Van Dyke. Dr. Van Dyke, if you turn on your video and just introduce yourself, you have 2 minutes.
Here. Just trying to find my.
Go ahead. We can hear you and see you.
Okay. All right. Thank you. My name is Andrew Van Dyke, and I'm a clinical psychologist and licensed professional counselor, diligently holding a healing space for my community in Colorado. I've been practicing in the mental health field for 25 years. One out of 10 people that have a diagnosable condition actually access clinical services, and the other 9 out of 10 either get no help or find help through alternative pathways to the clinical model because it has either failed them in the past or they simply don't have access to it because of stigma, cultural differences, religious and spiritual paradigms that do not align with the clinical model, being uninsured or underinsured. Many of those people have found solace and healing through medicine workers, shaman, plant medicine rituals, and other lay practitioners for hundreds of years. In fact, the newest model for mental health and well-being is our current mental health system, financially canceling and the unregulated peer support branch by blocking remuneration to providers who may not have had access to a college education, but who are nonetheless competent and effective, is a hypocritical and hasty proposition that creates more of a problem for accessibility than a solution. Prop 122 was written with the foresight to appreciate the peer support, harm reduction, unregulated branch operating alongside a regulated, clinically oriented tool for our mental health system. This is what we voted for because we know that's what we need. I urge you not to pass this bill as written, not only because it is in direct opposition to what the people voted for, but more importantly because if implemented as written, it would diminish the potential impact of the greatest tool for mental health well-being that has come to our community and broken mental health system in our lifetimes. The mental health community is excited at the opportunity to work with psychedelic medicine as a powerful tool for healing again, but disallowing remuneration for traditional healing and lay practitioners is a myopic Western model, privileged invalidation of that practical value that these practitioners provide and need to continue to provide for the mental health system. Our clinical mental health system alone is an of our people, and we need an organic, synergistic relationship with those who work with these medicines for centuries and are able to address the needs of those who cannot access or heal within the clinical mental health paradigm.
Thank you, Dr. Van Dyke. Can you, I don't know if you've finished or do you have a wrap up right here?
I'm finished, thank you.
Thank you.
I think I heard my time.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And then on this last on the list, Barine Majuska, excuse me. And I'm sure I chopped up your name, so if you just state your name and go ahead and you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Barina Majewska, and I'm an attorney at the law firm of Vicente LLP. And earlier in my career, I was a research assistant at Johns Hopkins Medical School involved in the psilocybin studies. So I've seen firsthand both the healing potential of these natural medicines, as well as the care and the skill required for their safe use. We've heard testimony all afternoon about how beneficial these medicines can be when they're used correctly and with skill, and how harmful they can be when not used with skill and care. So I really appreciate the efforts you've put in to expand the regulatory pieces of Prop 122 to ensure that we can do this as safely as possible in Colorado. As an attorney, I've also talked to many practitioners who are brave enough to work with people to provide these natural medicine services in a careful and professional way while their work had to be underground prior to the passing of Prop 122. And the intent of Prop 122 was to allow these practitioners to practice their bona fide support services and their craft above ground and legally. Like many others who've spoken today, I'm concerned that this new bill goes against the intent of Prop 122 with respect to personal use and takes away the ability for experienced practitioners who know how to work with these medicines safely to provide these services while receiving compensation for their time and hard-won skill. This is especially true for ceremonial leaders whose training and skill set may not be well represented in the regulated and licensed piece. If practitioners are not able to be fairly compensated, the truly skilled facilitators and leaders may often be driven back underground, which means less access to experienced practitioners by the people who need them, less visibility, less legal oversight, and documentation. All these limit our ability to learn about the best way to use these natural medicines in our current culture and our modern climate. We need the openness and the collaboration that oversight would give here. Based on my initial review, the amendments that were proposed today are definitely a step in the right direction, but we need to have clear protections for reasonable compensation in community and supported use so that we can make sure that it's experienced and skilled practitioners that are supporting individuals in these sensitive experiences. Thank you again for your efforts here.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony, and thank you for your patience for us getting to you. Any questions for these witnesses? Okay, thank you. We're going to move on to our next set. I have Martha Hartney, Mason Marks, Veronica Perez, and Bridget Serrett. Mason is online. So I guess three of them are not here. Eli Katz, Sheree Fay, Sean Hauser.
I am here. I'm not sure if you can hear or see me. Mason Marks.
Mason, yes, just one moment. We're trying to make sure we see if the rest we have, but thank you. What about these three? Okay, we'll start. We'll start in person. Go ahead, introduce yourself. You have 2 minutes, then we'll go to the online testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair and fellow members of the Finance Committee. My name is Eli Katz. I'm lobbying to amend this bill, speaking for myself and on behalf of my fallen brothers and sisters. I'm a September 11th first responder, a victim of domestic violence, fully disabled since May 2019, and a voter in Colorado since 2015. In 2017, I founded a 501c3 Swiskey Foundation to fight caregiver burnout and compassion fatigue. 2020, founded Darn Fine Farm, an agricultural co-op to provide medicine to churches, healers, and support circles for veterans and other first responders. Most recently, I worked with Jared to launch Whole and True, focused on harm reduction, human design, and psychedelic integration. I'm a member of the Association of Entheogenic Practitioners, a religious professional organization, a mutual aid society uniting practitioners from many traditions who share a sincere belief in the religious nature of the entheogenic experience in order to expand safe access to such experiences. I'm here today to help you understand the importance of amending to SB 23-290 to remove any attempts to modify, limit, or remove personal and religious usage of natural medicine. I survived 9/11 with PTSD, peripheral neuropathy, catastrophic levels of nerve damage, and the debilitating scores of moral injury. A decade later, I survived my partner attacking me and trying to end my life, grateful to escape only burdened with crippling PTSD, low self-esteem, and a condition called complex regional pain syndrome, or CRPS. In May of 2019, I was awarded disability due to these conditions. At that time, I was living with pain at a 5 or higher on a daily basis. And then a miracle happened. In Denver here in 2019, the Decriminalized Denver Initiative 301 passed, allowing my doctor and me to discuss using mushrooms as part of my therapy regimen. With their support and encouragement, I learned to grow psilocybin mushrooms so I could make my own medicine. That medicine has been extremely effective. I no longer need a cane, my core is both strong and resilient again, and most importantly, I no longer consider ending my life due to the ongoing pain levels. My pain level today is a 2. Along the way, I learned that physical and emotional pain were only part of the problem. The moral injury I'd suffered caused me to doubt and self-sabotage myself time and time again. Once I began to address my spiritual pain and explore combination therapies made possible by the plant medicine churches, I found myself healing the deepest wounds. I found my purpose again in service to fellow veterans, first responders, and the medicine itself. To speak to those that claim we're only doing this for the money, I say that I've opened the dialogue necessary to pledge 8% of any revenue to SIA, a clearinghouse established for indigenous reciprocity. I've also pledged 8% to the Shipibo tribe in Peru, the traditional healers of South America who helped me understand the power of grandmother and grandfather spirit used in ceremonial manners. That's ayahuasca and Wachuma, to be clear. That said, if I'm unable to receive remuneration in any form, I have nothing to offer to support my ancestors, teachers, and mentors. In the process of learning to make my own medicine, I've worked with upwards of 40 varieties of psilocybin mushroom as well as 8 types of mescaline cactus. I've learned that combining 2 or more medicines make the final product much more effective. I've learned that the amount of psychedelic compounds can vary drastically, and I've learned that growing plants next to fungi contaminates the environment so thoroughly that a 12 by 12 area cannot possibly contain both medicines or neither will thrive. I've been able to work with other researchers and scientists to establish testing protocols and reference materials to help facilitators, practitioners, and those who self-medicate understand the potency of the strains available so they can safely select strains and serving sizes. I do feel terribly for the parents of the children who we heard from earlier. It's an attempt to help them make better choices in the next life. Lastly, I've learned that plant medicines and their ability to restore connection to community and spirit are nearly the only viable method to address the deeper wounds of moral injury. It's been critical to my process that I had enough medicine to experiment and work with. Attempting to install limits, caps, or remove the personal usage rights that were established when Governor Polis ratified Proposition 122 tells me that the legislature believes that I do not have the right to get better and should live out my life with a pain greater than a 5. Thank you for your support and your time.
Thank you, and thank you for sharing your story. And I know you've waited, I think, pretty close to 5 hours, so thank you so much for being here. And we're going to go online to Dr. Marks. Be able to unmute yourself and turn your video on.
Thank you so much. I'm really grateful for the time you're taking to consider this. I know it's getting quite late. I'm Mason Marks. I'm from Boulder. I am speaking for myself. I am a law professor. I'm also a medical doctor. I work at Harvard Law School, where I co-founded and lead the project on psychedelics law and regulation at the Petrie Forum Center. It's basically my full-time job to cover this legislation, understand it, write about it, legislation around the country and around the world. I think there's been a lot of confusion about what the ballot measure does. I've heard people say that healing centers can't sell the medicine. I think even Senator Fenberg may have said that. I want to refer you, if you have the actual ballot measure language on page 3, it's very clear that healing centers can sell the medicine. They can dispense the medicine. It even allows for dispensaries to exist, the current language. So under the current law, that is allowed. A healing center could be a dispensary. I think there's a lot of confusion about that. I believe it was Senator Van Winkle that asked, what exactly is a healing center? It could be many things. It could be a church. It could be a writing retreat where people want to enhance their creativity. It really is not therapeutic. I've heard people use the word therapy and therapeutic. Those words don't appear anywhere in the regulated section of Proposition 122. I was appointed by Governor Brown in Oregon to serve on the Psilocybin Advisory Board, where I chaired the licensing committee. And after 2 years of rulemaking, the Oregon Health Authority actually prohibited facilitators and healing centers from making medical claims. They can't claim to be using therapy or to be healing or diagnosing. And I urge you to add that prohibition here, because it actually endangers the entire program when people make medical claims, because it actually incentivizes the FDA to come in and shut it down. This is very different from cannabis, where doctors are merely making a recommendation, whereas here, facilitators are actually providing the dispensing the medication or the substances directly. And the last thing I want to say is I also support everyone who argued for the remuneration of the community personal use communities. The ballot measure is very, very clear that the people can actually be paid for their services. They can't sell the substances, but they can be paid. And I haven't seen Senator Fenberg's amendment, the 1007, I think, amendment it was. It sounded like that amendment only allowed them to recoup their costs. That is not what the voters enacted, what they approved. They actually approved language that allows people to be paid. And the final thing I want to leave you with is that the regulated part of the program and the personal use part, they really are like mirror images. They both allow for religious use, they both allow for spiritual use, and for kind of a wellness approach. Just one is regulated and one is not. I know that's very difficult to understand and accept for some people, but that's the voters' will. Thank Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Marks. Thank you for sticking around. Also, when you referenced something that was said at the very beginning, I know you've been here a while, so and paid attention. Appreciate that. Do we have Sean Hauser?
Yes, I'm here.
Go ahead, Sean. Introduce yourself. You have 2 minutes.
I'm Sean Hauser, attorney and partner at Vicente LLP, where I spent the last decade working in drug policy reform. I focused my career at Vicente and in Colorado, where I can impact mental health care reform because of my personal history and passion in mental health care reform, coming from a family of generations of psychiatrists who have been in the trenches in mental health care in a system that hasn't been able to use plant medicine, and where I've seen them help so many who are struggling, especially with suicide and other serious issues. I've seen how mental health care can be stuck without medicine's ability to research and utilize plant medicine using the same standards of care and oversight afforded to other medicines. I appreciate the gravity of mental illness and the importance of having access to qualified, safe, and effective medicines guided by practitioners who can oversee with the appropriate level of care and experience. Colorado has taken a long overdue and needed step forward in mental health care reform that's going to help so many struggling when all of those treatments have failed. Developing the right framework here is complicated, important, and delicate, and this is going to support mental health for those who are truly struggling and set a model for the rest of the country. Not ensuring compensation for practitioners and ceremonial use is going to thwart the purpose and effectiveness of this program and the people who need medicine the most, because it will practically bar the most qualified, experienced practitioners from participating and adequately supporting Coloradans who desperately need treatment and are going to be seeking it. This makes it of the utmost importance that we have a strong structure that supports the most qualified, experienced, and educated practitioners from being as involved in the program as possible and working hand in hand with the state to continue to develop and improve this framework and take care of people who are seeking treatment. Not ensuring reasonable compensation will only drive them underground and make sure they don't participate, contrary to the intent of Prop 22, and will destroy the function and purpose of the program and only hurt the patients that need it the most. The integrity of the program, the safety of patients, and consistent with the intent of the voters, I urge you to adopt amendments to the bill that ensure there's reasonable remuneration for ceremonial and community use and protect remuneration for bona fide support services. These amendments are a step in the right direction, but we need clear protections for reasonable remuneration community use and a strong structure that supports having our most qualified, our most educated, and our most engaged practitioners at the lead of this. The testimony from parents and others here today severely emphasizes the non-negotiable importance of having a secure system that includes these experienced practitioners above ground with the oversight and as much education as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your testimony and sticking around. We have, is it Shiva? Go ahead and unmute and introduce yourself, and you have 2 minutes. You're still, there you go.
Okay, there we go. Thank you, Chair and Senate Committee, for giving me the opportunity to testify to speak against SB 290. My name is Sheva Pikar. I represent myself, my family, and my community. I have lived in Colorado for the last 13 years. I am the founder of Psycane Advisors, a cannabis and psychedelic consulting firm to support businesses to navigate the regulatory and professional landscape of emerging industries. I would like to speak up to protect the personal use of natural medicines, primarily the will and spirit of the voters. I was involved in the decriminalization of mushrooms in Denver in 2019 and have been a longtime advocate for psychedelic healing and reform. It has also been extremely supportive to my mental health, and I have been working with these medicines for over 20 years, and they have helped me become who I am today. Please do not change the personal use section of the bill to affect the possibility of remuneration for services and ceremony use. Those mothers who spoke earlier today shared stories that deeply affected me. I am a mother myself, and it brought up in my mind and heart even more of a commitment and drive to speak up and advocate for proper remuneration for people who provide skilled care with the use of natural medicines. If those kids had access to proper and safe facilitators, practitioners, education, community support, and mentorship for their introduction to natural medicines, maybe there could have been a different experience. What comes up for me is the important thought to make sure that we can protect people to consume in a safe environment and that people that serve, educate, provide ceremony and harm reduction. We need to have safe access starting now in respect to the spirit of the law. We need to maintain the freedom and protection of the plant medicines and the way they can transform lives. There's so much still to be educated about. Being paid to serve others is a crucial foundation to be able to support a safe and deep understanding of the medicinal qualities of the medicine. There's already I am advocating to honor the spirit of the original bill and to keep the language to protect the personal use of these natural medicines. Thank you for giving me the time to offer my testimony.
Thank you, Ms. Picard. Thank you also for being here late. Appreciate your time and your testimony. I'm going next to Jimmy Nguyen. If you would unmute and introduce yourself, you have 2 minutes.
Hi, yes, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Committee, for your time. I'm in appreciation of your resilience as well with the long hours that we are taking here. My name is Jimmy Nguyen. I am a Denver resident of 16 years. I also coincidentally have a 16-year relationship with psychedelics, and I am in a unique position of advocacy and harm reduction for the protection of the intentional, ceremonial, private use of psychedelics. It's my belief that individuals have a right, adults have a right on who they choose to have around, who they choose to have support them, how they engage with psychedelics. I have a real deep appreciation for your responsibility. All of this is very theoretical, and I appreciate how difficult it is for you to try to take something that's theoretical and apply it in a way that is safe, responsible, and inclusive for individuals who are engaging with psychedelics. I view this through a lens of harm reduction, and I believe that a clinical medical model will support a large percentage of the population. I believe that a regulated model will support a large percentage of the population. I believe that there should be protections around cultural, indigenous, and traditional use as well, but I also believe that the community will hold all of this just in the case that the regulated model takes years to implement. And so if we remove the ability for remuneration, if we remove the ability for being paid for services, everybody's service or everybody's care looks different in these contexts. Some are more long-term. I want for student advocacy groups to be able to raise money and provide education and resources to folks. And so that's my ask here, is that we really consider the personal use side and protect the ability for individuals to be able to provide bona fide harm reduction services, bona fide therapy services, bona fide support services in a way where those resources can grow, so that realms of care that are often take weeks and months and sometimes years for folks are available before the regulated model comes into play. So thank you so much for your time, and it's been a real honor to be here.
Thank you, Mr. Nguyen. Thank you. And I think you might be our last witness here, so I appreciate your patience too and sticking with us. Is there any questions for this panel? Seeing none, thank you. Thank you, sir, for being here. I'm just going to call out names that we have read remotely, but they are not, we can't find them, just in case they're here in person. Sergi Fawkes, Brightheart Hedrick, David Rodman, Edward Desaria, Crystal Beatty. All right. Is there anyone left here that's signed up? Oh. Well, we did find one. Okay. Which one were we at? Oh, Kess. So we have one more left online. Kess Hirshheimer.
Yes.
Hello, thank you all for making the time.
Thank you, Cass. Go ahead, you have 2 minutes.
Okay, my name is Cass Hershimer. I'm representing myself tonight. I prepared a handful of statements, but it seems that many of those points have already been presented. And in an effort to not be redundant, I'll instead present another concern that I've not yet seen shared tonight. I run a local community building and education-focused nonprofit called the Psychedelic Club of Denver. While I also support a medical approach, I would also like to mention that many people in my community find similar therapeutic effects using psilocybin at music festivals, local concerts, and other events. Unlicensed harm reduction providers are incredibly effective in many industries, especially when they are hired in the entertainment industry. Yet to be mentioned tonight are the harm reduction staff at shows and festivals. Many unlicensed individuals are paid to provide harm reduction support on the front line to individuals outside of medical environments. Behind the scenes at festivals and shows, they are preventing serious overdoses and psychedelic trauma as peers who are hired to be there, peers who can relate and empathize. The Psychedelic Club of Denver hires harm reduction and psychedelic support staff for some of our events, and to ensure we have qualified, empathetic staff, we offer financial compensation. If this were to be made illegal through the passing of this bill, the incredible people we hire to provide those services would thus be criminalized. Requiring a formal license through a regulated access program in order to be compensated for harm reduction services will significantly hamper the effectiveness, efficiency, and availability of these services. When restricting those who can be compensated to give support to people in psychedelic spaces, there will inevitably be a myriad of severe, lifelong inflictions for many people who did not have qualified critical support at shows and festivals in Colorado. Requiring a formal license through a regulated access program in order to be compensated will significantly hamper the effectiveness, efficiency, and availability of these services. I kindly ask that you remove that verbiage from the bill for the safety of myself and people in my community. Thanks for your consideration.
Oh, perfect timing. Thanks, Ms. Hershimer. I appreciate it. I'm about fumbling over my words, too. I've been here this long, so thank you. Thank you for sticking with us. Thank you for your time. And again, I'm going to one last call. Anyone in the room? Seeing none, the testimony phase is closed. To the bill and the amendment phase, I believe. President Fenberg, we'll wait for you to get over there if you'd like, and then you can. Did we already move the amendments? We'll need to move your amendments. No, that's what I say. He'll need. Sorry. I know it's been a long day. Yeah. Oh yes, my typo. Thank you. Senate Bill 9. Here we go. President Fenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So folks know there was indeed a typo in the first version of one of these amendments. I did it intentionally. I just want to make sure everyone is staying awake and actually reading the amendment you passed. L009 replaces L008 that you should have gotten from before. And the only change is the letter T.
Seven.
It's late. It's okay. It replaces 7. Yes. That's fine. You haven't moved any amendment, so you. It says. You haven't moved any amendment, so you know what?
Sure.
Go ahead and move this amendment, and we'll see if anybody objects.
I move
9.
L009.
Thank you. That's a proper motion, and I believe you've already explained it. Does anyone object to this amendment? Seeing none, amendment L009 passes. And your next amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L004.
4, and it's somewhere in my pile. you want to just review quick?
And to be clear, L004 is one of the ones I referenced earlier as well, which just adds language to specify tribes and federally recognized tribes.
Thank you. That's a proper motion. Does anyone object to L004? Seeing none, L004 passes. Are there any other amendments? Any amendments from the committee? The amendment phase is closed. To the bill and closing remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, thank you so much for the long day and your engagement on this. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thought you ran an excellent committee today and kept all of us engaged and made sure that everybody had their chance to voice their opinion on this. So thank you. This is a bill, again, that is not going to be the last bill on this topic. And I heard a lot tonight that I think is going to be reflected in amendments that I'm going to prepare for second reading. I think some of them are good points that should be contemplated and added to the bill, and I think others are things that I assumed already were in the bill, or at least implied, but we can make them more explicit. And so I want to thank everybody for coming tonight and voicing their opinions and offering feedback, concerns. I think everybody, including myself, learned a lot over the last several hours about the topic, but also about how the legislative process works and the steps and all of that goes into it. But I think there are several areas that we should discuss. I think I've taken notes. I know Mindy has as well, and folks at DOR and DORA have as well, and we've been talking a little bit in the hallway about how to address some of these concerns. The amendments tonight, just so everybody knows who is listening or who's still here, we do, I think, take a step forward, a step towards clarifying the remuneration conversation. I think there's more that we can do, though. And so I think there's additional language that we can provide that provides extra clarity, not only for users, not only for folks who are facilitating communal use, things like that, but also for law enforcement so that people aren't getting caught up in the criminal justice system when they shouldn't be. There are several aspects that I think, other aspects that came up tonight that we're going to look at and discuss what language could provide clarification and give people more confidence in what this bill is doing and is not doing. And then lastly, I would just say this is going to be a little bit of a work in progress. And I just want to remind everybody that the personal use side, which I think is almost entirely intact in the way that it was in Prop 122, and again, some of these amendments that we'll draft for second reading will clarify some of that. The regulated side of things, nothing actually goes into effect until licenses start getting issued, which would be at the earliest, the very end of 2024, probably into the early part of 2025. And so over the next several months, over the next year, frankly, there's going to be a lot of work done behind the scenes on the regulated side, and I fully suspect there will be things that come up that we're going to have to further clarify even before licenses are issued. And so I'm excited to see how that plays out and see what things are uncovered and what else we can do to make sure that that process is successful. I think it's in everyone's interest that that program is successful and that it offers opportunities for people that otherwise would not be able to seek the help that I think these substances can provide. Again, just want to thank everyone for their time, especially those who testified on this important issue. And I get that it is delicate, and we want to make sure we're moving forward in a way that respects the will of the voters, but does it in a way that's responsible and can actually be implemented. And I think that's the path that we are on right now.
Thank you. Thank you for all your work and your staff's work. And this is a big lift. It's something that's come from the people. We have to try to make it work. It's a long bill. There's a lot of complexity to it, and I appreciate all the work you're doing and all the work your staff's doing. Is there any comments from the committee? Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the President for bringing this bill forward. To the voters of Colorado, we are looking to implement the will of what you said you wanted. And there's a lot of logistics, there's details in making sure that a ballot initiative can move forward and be done in the way that works. And I think that this is a step forward. I trust the president to continue to work on amendments and make it work. But adding these logistics, adding in these guardrails is incredibly important to make sure that we make this work, and we're setting a national model, and I'm excited to do that.
Senator Priola.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and I just want to thank the president for his hard work on this legislation, as well as his staff. I personally am familiar with the hours and hours that went back, months and months, on starting this process and realizing what a difficult task, given that what the wording that passed at the ballot and what exists in statute and the interplay with the Constitution were kind of difficult things to put together on one bill. And like you said, it's a work in progress, and I'm glad to help in any way, and I will be a yes out of committee.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator Fenberg, for bringing this together. I know you've done a lot of work on it. I know you've said there's a lot more work to go. Appreciate the amendments tonight. I'm going to be a no in committee for today because my county voted no against this, and I just want to see where the amendments are coming, how you're going to deal with local government concerns. I think you've covered quite a few of them, but I also want to see how we deal with law enforcement and what we're going to do there. So I'm waiting to see what the amendments are, but for right now, I'm just going to be a no.
Anyone else? Well, I'm going to say something. I'm going to keep you here for a lot longer for that, because I sat through, listened to almost all of the testimony, and appreciated all that testimony because it was worthwhile. And I think I wrote a Venn diagram from that testimony of some of the common words that we heard from that testimony. They were control rate cases, PUC. Oh, wait, that's the wrong bill. There was a lot of a common. It's weird to hear people who want to amend or against the bill, or they want to amend the bill, and they're coming at it from different sides. But they all want to see something better happen. They want to make sure it's safe. They want to make sure that there's controls. They want to make sure that people are understanding this is medicine. This is, especially hearing from so many people talking about the spirituality of it and how much it's helped them. It is something that, it was a catch-22 from one of our last witnesses, who said you shouldn't be talking about healing and diagnosing because that incentivizes the FDA to come in and shut it down. But yet there's so much of this that is about healing, not just physical, but spiritual, and the connection to the spiritual that is with this, and how do we keep that, and how do we keep that intact and pay tribute to the people that really take this as their cultural heritage. And I'm going to share with you something. I heard so many people with similar diagnoses that I have. For the people out there that don't know, I've suffered from depression since I was a young child. I had suicide ideation. The first time I considered even trying suicide was when I was in the 4th grade. And it's been with me my whole life. And I've done the different antidepressants, the Zolofts, the Effexors, and everything like that. When I've hit my bottom, I went to a ketamine clinic, and that took me off the bottom. The ketamine clinic. It was $300 out of my pocket. It was an IV, and I did a few of those, and it's been many years since then. And I just see that this is sort of the pathway that we're trying to do with 122, even though I voted against 122, because, I have young children, and I hear from those parents at the beginning, and it scares me what can happen, because it is about control. It is about protection and making sure it's in a controlled environment, in my opinion, for people who know what they're doing. And I don't envy you the process going forward because there's so much to do. But I really appreciate you taking it on, and I appreciate everyone who's testified. And we're looking for solutions. And 40 years ago, we never thought we'd be here. But you know, everything takes time, and we're in that increment. So I will be an aye vote. And again, thank you, Mr. Rudebush. Will you call the roll? Oh, motion to move the bill. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 290 as amended to the Committee on Appropriations.
Thank you. And that's a proper motion. Will you call the roll, please?
President Fenberg.
Aye.
Kirkmeyer.
Respectfully, no.
Triola.
Aye.
Smallwood.
Nope.
Van Winkle.
Aye.
Winter.
Yes.
Mr. Chair.
Aye. That passes 5-2. You're headed to approps.
Thank you.
The Committee on Finance is finally adjourned.